Chapter 12:15. This Ling Xiao was really brave. Facing the one-eyed man and his men, he was not afraid at all. He even gave the one-eyed man a choice. Either get lost or die. If this was the celestial capital, they might understand. After all, that was Ling Xiao's base. But this was the city of sin. Where did Ling Xiao get his confidence from? What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you add fuel to the fire and piss him off? Hua Luiying was completely convinced by Ling Xiao. This guy was not afraid of death at all. Right, where's your female bodyguard, Cold Plum? I'll help you find her. You're no match for the one-eyed man. She had good intentions. It wasn't that she looked down on Ling Xiao, but the one-eyed man was much stronger than Meng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu. Plus, he had a special treasure to protect himself. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get away with it. There's no need for Cold Plum to deal with trash like this. Ling Xiao looked back at Hua Luiying and said, Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Good lad, you've got guts. Even Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao have to call me uncle when they see me. You're just an immature lad. How dare you threaten me in front of so many people? Do you have a death wish? The one-eyed man was clearly enraged. Not only did Ling Xiao not give him face, he even dared to threaten him. If he turned and left today, he wouldn't be able to stay in the city of sin anymore. Want to die? Can you kill me? Ling Xiao asked back. You'll find out soon enough. Before he finished speaking, the one-eyed man suddenly stomped on the ground. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The place where he was originally standing had actually been stomped into a deep pit. It was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. When his body moved, the air exploded with a series of loud noises. A dark shadow of a long snake appeared behind the one-eyed dragon, which looked similar to the Black Python of the Black Python clan. However, the Black Python clan had a bloodline. His martial soul was a genuine martial soul. The moment his martial soul was released, his hands seemed to have turned into a soft snake's body. They suddenly elongated and pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. The speed of his hands was extremely fast, even faster than the speed of his body. If he was hit, even with Ling Xiao's defense, he would still be injured. Furthermore, ordinary snake-type martial spirits were extremely poisonous, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to be cautious. So powerful! This one-eyed man doesn't make a move, but when he does, it's deadly. Yeah, I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to escape this calamity. He's still too young and doesn't know the dangers of Jianghu. That's true. When you meet a lunatic like the one-eyed dragon, it's better to obediently hand over your Taotai martial spirit. Why are you being so stubborn? There's no benefit to it. Except for Princess Yunya, almost everyone at the scene thought that Ling Xiao was doomed. Including Hua Luiying. This woman actually wanted to help in a moment of desperation, but she was stopped by Princess Yunya. Don't be nosy. He can handle it. Princess Yunya knew Ling Xiao much better than Hua Luiying. Ling Xiao stood there, and the one-eyed dragon in his eyes seemed to have turned into a long black worm. Those two hands were like the tail of a black snake. It had to be said that the other party was still very strong. At least in terms of strength, he was indeed much stronger than Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. Just this pressure alone was stronger than the two of them combined. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. No matter how good a genius was, he still needed to grow up. When facing these old ginger, one really had to be careful. Of course, Ling Xiao was not Mo Xiaoyu or Meng Xiao. Today, the one-eyed dragon was really unlucky to have met him. In the face of the one-eyed dragon's explosive attack, Ling Xiao actually only took half a step forward with his right foot. Then, a sharp black awl quickly formed on the fingertips of his right hand. The moment the one-eyed dragon's attack arrived, he also released the attack on his right hand. Bang! The strange sound of the collision of energy exploded in the air. Ling Xiao's body involuntarily took a few steps back. One-eyed dragon flipped backward a few times before coming to a steady stop. Your attack can't break my defense. He gently blew at the black mark on his arm. It only looked like a small scratch. Basically, Ling Xiao's attack had been declared ineffective. If it had been someone else, the sharp awl would have pierced the other party's arm directly. Of course, even so, under such circumstances, Ling Xiao was still able to accurately find the weak spot of the one-eyed man's attack and hit it. This still surprised the one-eyed man. Looking at Ling Xiao again, the clothes on his neck were cut. It was obvious that it was corroded. This was enough to prove that the one-eyed dragon's attack did indeed contain a strong poison. It seemed that Ling Xiao's judgment was not wrong. Is that so? Ling Xiao said as he looked at the torn clothes with an indifferent expression. Good lad, you're quite calm. However, it's useless. I've already estimated your strength. You're indeed more powerful than Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. However, you can't escape death when facing your grandfather, the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon laughed coldly and said, Don't be stubborn. Hand over the martial soul of Tao Tai, and I can give you a martial soul that's more suitable for you. What do you think? Are you afraid? Ling Xiao laughed. If he wasn't afraid, the one-eyed dragon wouldn't have proposed such a condition at this time. One had to know that he previously wanted to obtain Ling Xiao's martial soul of Tao Tai unconditionally. Afraid? I just don't want to cause trouble in the city of Sin. The alchemy conference is about to begin. It's not good to offend the Black Python clan. The one-eyed dragon said unhappily. If that's the case, then don't talk nonsense. The Black Python clan won't find trouble with you. Ling Xiao said. How do you know? It's simple. The Black Python clan won't find trouble with a dead person. Even if they want to, I'm afraid they can't do anything. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. It seems like you're really looking for death. The one-eyed dragon stopped talking nonsense. He suddenly lay on the ground and his body underwent a drastic change. It was as if he had lost all his bones and turned into a flexible black snake. The pair of scarlet triangular eyes were gloomy, cold, and evil. Many people felt cold and fearful. From his mouth, a 2-foot-long tongue was spat out. It was glowing with a dark blue poisonous light. Hiss hiss. The sound of a snake's hissing could be heard in the air. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the space where Ling Xiao was. Die. All of a sudden, the one-eyed dragon moved. His speed was faster than before. Several black afterimages appeared in the air, and it was impossible to tell which one was real. It was both real and fake. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Everyone was guessing how Ling Xiao was going to deal with this sudden attack. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, they were all dumbfounded. Ling Xiao had his hands behind his back. He had no intention of making a move. Chapter 12:16. Is he crazy? He's courting death. While the crowd was discussing, the snake's shadows had already surrounded Ling Xiao. The poisonous light in the sky kept flashing, and then it kept attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't resist. His feet moved in a magical way, and he easily avoided the seemingly dense and terrifying attacks that were impossible to guard against. The poisonous liquid fell to the ground, and there was the sound of it corroding the ground. The bluestone ground had become bumpy, and there were many small holes caused by the corrosion. However, none of the attacks could land on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't escape. He just moved in the space of less than 2 or 3 meters, but he was able to accurately avoid the opponent's attacks every time. There was no one else who could do this. Hiss! Suddenly, a snake tail came out from the ground, and then it wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Let's see how you're going to hide. In the air, the one-eyed dragon swooped down. His hands were like poisonous thorns, and he directly pierced Ling Xiao's head. On the ground, Ling Xiao was tightly entangled by the snake tail that suddenly appeared. He couldn't move at all, and he was simply a human target. Alas, Ling Xiao is going to die now. His body movement is so good, but it's a pity that someone caught his weakness and broke it. Now it's useless to escape. That's right. If no one comes to save him, he will definitely die. What people saw and thought wasn't wrong, but many people ignored the details of Ling Xiao's attack. Even Princess Yunya didn't understand how Ling Xiao got into such a predicament. She and Hua Luiying both rushed over, trying to rescue Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, Princess Yunya saw the victorious smile on Ling Xiao's face. She suddenly grabbed Hua Luiying. "What's going on? If we don't save him, he will really be killed!" Hua Luiying shouted anxiously. However, in the next moment she suddenly shut her mouth and was completely stunned. One-Eyed Dragon, who was in midair, fell straight to the ground as if he was possessed. He had completely lost control of his body. As for the snake tail that extended from the ground, because it was also under Ling Xiao's control, it was also destroyed at this time. It was completely burned by the high temperature released from Ling Xiao's body. The martial artists who were secretly watching were also dumbfounded. They didn't understand what had happened. Everything was fine, so why did One-Eyed Dragon suddenly fall from the sky? This shouldn't be a mistake that a complete stage half-step grotto heaven realm cultivator would make. Why? Why is this happening? Lying on the ground, the one-eyed man felt a piercing pain in his body. He didn't know when he had been hit, so he could only shout at Ling Xiao. "You think you're the only one who knows how to use poison?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "If you really understand me, you should know that I'm an apothecary. What he used at the beginning was the poison shadow, all that had been strengthened by the white blood poison. Originally, he was just trying to see if the white blood poison could break through One-Eyed Dragon's defense. He didn't expect it to succeed. The penetration ability of the white blood poison was too terrifying. Even he was a little surprised by this. Unfortunately, even though One-Eyed Dragon had a powerful defense magic weapon, it was useless in front of him. So cruel. Not only is his martial arts talent outstanding, but he's also a powerful apothecary. I wonder what level he is at. I heard that Ling Xiao has been going in and out of the Black Python clan's mansion recently. It's said that he's treating the Changle ancestor of the Changle Celestial Island. So powerful. Yes, I heard that he solved a problem that even a yellow-grade super apothecary couldn't solve. How terrifying. There were still some people in the crowd who understood that Ling Xiao couldn't have kept going in and out of the Black Python clan's mansion a secret from everyone. Hua Luiying was also stunned at this time. After a long time, a helpless and bitter smile appeared on her face. She seemed to understand why Ling Xiao didn't want to join their force. Pharmacists, especially outstanding pharmacists, were always highly sought after by all the major forces no matter the time. If he didn't join any force, he wouldn't be hated by those forces because everyone could use him. There was no need to get rid of him. Once he joined a force, the other forces would be eager to kill him immediately. This was a brilliant way of doing things. She even jokingly said that Ling Xiao would regret it. Now it seemed that Ling Xiao was the one who was truly far-sighted and thoughtful. "I won't fall like this, I won't." One-Eyed Dragon, who was lying on the ground, suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Suddenly, several snake tails emerged from the ground. But this time, it wasn't Ling Xiao who attacked, but the people that One-Eyed Dragon brought with him. The moment the snake tails wrapped around those people, they were like straws that sucked the life force out of those people's bodies. In the blink of an eye, the dozen pirates that One-Eyed Dragon brought with him were sucked dry and died on the street. Looking at One-Eyed Dragon himself, he actually shed his skin. He broke away from the body that was full of white blood poison and became a brand new self. Although Ling Xiao could see that the white blood poison was still not removed, it was suppressed by his strong life force. "Even if I die, I will definitely drag you down with me." After shedding his skin, One-Eyed Dragon stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing coldness and hatred. "The white blood poisoning you isn't that serious. If you're willing to apologize to me and pay me to help you expel the poison, you can still live. Otherwise, no one in this world can save you." Ling Xiao looked at One-Eyed Dragon and said lightly, "Ha ha ha ha, you want to take advantage of me? You want me to apologize to you? Not a chance. If I can't get the Taotai martial spirit today, I will destroy him." One-Eyed Dragon laughed crazily, obviously losing his mind. "If you really want to die, then I can't stop you," Ling Xiao said lightly, his face expressionless. He had given One-Eyed Dragon too many chances, but the other party was not willing to cherish them. Me? Die. Hee hee, you will definitely die before me. Kid, have you heard of domain energy? Yes, the Paradise Domain can transform heaven's elemental energy into a more powerful domain energy, which can then affect the surrounding space and elements. How could Ling Xiao not know? He had already killed several Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although those were battles under special circumstances, he had still accumulated some experience. It's good that you know. The complete phase of the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm is completely different from the previous cultivators. This is because the complete phase of the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm already possesses a domain of origin energy. In front of my origin energy domain, your heavenly origin energy is nothing. One-Eyed Dragon was not willing to reveal the secret of his domain energy unless he was at the end of his rope. But at this moment, he had no choice but to reveal it. Chapter 12:17. The One-Eyed Man had no choice but to reveal his trump card, Elemental Energy Field. In his opinion, only by using Elemental Energy Field could he defeat Ling Xiao. As he spoke, a strange sphere appeared around him. The sphere was translucent, and transparent water vapor constantly rose from it, forming a complete special space. Is that Elemental Energy Field? It's elemental energy field that's fused with water elements. Although the special space couldn't continue to expand and couldn't use the Grotto Heaven domain like a true Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, in terms of energy level, elemental energy field was indeed much stronger than elemental energy. When people looked at this special space, it was as if they were looking at a turbulent ocean. It was an overwhelming power that made people tremble in fear. Oh no, Ling Xiao really can't take it this time. The One-Eyed Man is going all out. He's even using his trump card. Sure enough, there's always someone stronger. As the leader of a pirate group, the One-Eyed Man can become a famous pirate second only to the leader of the Twin Flowers Pirates. It's not without reason. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao was talented. Not only was he a martial arts genius, but he was also a monster in the world of pharmacists. However, any talent needed time to grow and become stronger. Unfortunately, facing the enraged One-Eyed Man today, Ling Xiao might really be unable to escape death. Yunya, don't make a move! Not wanting others to disturb his battle, Ling Xiao gently waved his hand. Then he looked at the One-Eyed Man and said, Come on, let me see how powerful your so-called elemental energy field is. I'll stand here and wait for you. Ling Xiao's words made the onlookers secretly shake their heads. Ling Xiao was still too inexperienced. He didn't know how terrifying elemental energy field was. In front of elemental energy field was completely crushing power. Of course, at this moment, they still thought so. However, in the next moment, their thoughts changed instantly. Ling Xiao took out the shadow sword. The black sword body emitted a mysterious light. In that instant, a terrifying sword intent that looked down on the world swept out. It was like a storm of destruction between the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the entire street. Even the dark clouds above his head were directly pierced by the sword intent. The slaughter sword intent that could crush all life. The sword intent of destruction that could destroy everything. The will of mountains and rivers that could intimidate all living things. Tyrannical beyond compare. He rushed out in a rude and unreasonable manner. But this was not the end. Ling Xiao's body also formed a circular space. What was different from the One-Eyed Man was that Ling Xiao's space was actually formed by long swords that were completely condensed from energy. Sword Domain! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Sword Domain was the abbreviation for Sword Paradise Domain. Many martial artists knew about it, but not many had actually seen it. This was because condensing a sword domain was too difficult. Although there were many swordsmen in the profound world, there were very few who could truly comprehend a sword domain. Most of the paradise domains formed by swordsmen were not sword domains. To them, the Grotto Heaven domain was just a supplementary function. But to Ling Xiao, the sword domain was a real weapon. Fierce murderous aura. Sword chi that broke through all obstacles. For a moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have become a true sword immortal, a sword god. The one-eyed man was a half-step to Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. It was normal for him to be able to condense the embryonic form of a Grotto Heaven domain, Black Water Grotto Heaven. But what about Ling Xiao? How could a mere peak level 9 martial artist be able to condense a Grotto Heaven domain? Moreover, it was the most difficult sword domain to comprehend. Of course, others didn't know, but Ling Xiao knew that his sword domain wasn't a real sword domain. It was simulated with the help of the Mountain River Martial Soul. Although the aura was comparable, it was still far from a real sword domain. Of course, it wasn't inferior to the one-eyed man's half-baked Black Water Grotto Heaven domain. He's a real monster. It's unbelievable. In the crowd, almost everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's sword domain. This was something he had not expected at all. The one-eyed man was also stunned for a moment. Then, he said fiercely, "Good boy, it seems that I've underestimated you today. But you're only at the peak level 9 martial artist. It's impossible for you to condense a sword domain, let alone have a domain origin energy. You must be relying on external objects to create a sword domain. Compared to my real Black Water Grotto Heaven, it's not worth mentioning. Is that so? Then you can give it a try. Is my fake sword domain or your real Black Water Grotto Heaven stronger?" Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile. A martial artist's cultivation couldn't be separated from external objects. As long as it was used appropriately, it wouldn't cause any harm and could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Otherwise, even if you were a peerless genius, you wouldn't be able to increase your cultivation speed so quickly in such a short time. Ling Xiao had never been afraid of relying on the Mountain River Martial Soul. Everything he had was brought to him by the Mountain River Martial Soul. Therefore, he had to use the Mountain River Martial Soul to do better than anyone else. "Cut the crap. Come on, let's fight to determine the winner," the one-eyed dragon roared. "No, it's to determine life and death." Ling Xiao shook his head gently. The power contained in the sword domain continued to increase. The sharp sword essence, with an invincible aura, destroyed all obstacles in front of it. He walked forward slowly. All the power of the sword domain condensed on the shadow sword in his hand. With every step he took, the ground would be cut open and the air would constantly let out a mournful cry. Streaks of dazzling sword light emitted clear whistling sounds. They were filled with sharp sword intent of slaughter and destruction. At that moment, the one-eyed dragon subconsciously took a step back. He didn't even notice that his Black Water Grotto Heaven had many dents under the threat of the terrifying sword domain. It seemed like it would be penetrated at any time. "Wait a minute!" the one-eyed dragon shouted. The power of Ling Xiao's sword domain was completely beyond his imagination. He was completely frightened by the terrifying sword domain. His body trembled like a sieve. The Black Water Grotto Heaven was also trembling. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Ling Xiao was still walking forward. He had no intention of stopping. However, his speed was very slow. This slow speed gave the one-eyed dragon an incomparable sense of oppression and fear. I don't want the martial soul of Taotai anymore. I don't want it anymore, okay?" The one-eyed dragon was a warrior in the complete phase of the half-step Grotto Heaven realm. Therefore, he could see that Ling Xiao's sword domain could definitely kill him. He was afraid. He was timid. He no longer had the courage to fight with Ling Xiao. What was face? He didn't want it anymore. He only wanted to stay alive. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to get even with Ling Xiao. However, once he was dead, he would have nothing. What's going on? The one-eyed dragon, a ferocious pirate, actually admitted defeat to a 17-year-old boy? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Chapter 12:18. At the very last moment, the one-eyed man begged for mercy. The spectators who were waiting for the final clash were dumbfounded. The one-eyed man was so arrogant and overbearing when he arrived. He didn't even give Ling Xiao a chance to negotiate. He demanded that Ling Xiao hand over the martial spirit of Taotai. If Ling Xiao didn't give it to him, he would kill Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao, in his eyes, was just an ant that he could crush at any time. In reality, everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to be unlucky. Even if he didn't die, the martial spirit of Tao Tai would be stolen by the one-eyed man. That was the best outcome. After all, where there's life, there's hope. With Ling Xiao's talent, it would be a pity for him to die now. But this ending was something they couldn't have imagined. The one-eyed man, who was known as the Tyrant of the City of Sin and didn't even fear the Black Python clan, was no match for Ling Xiao. He didn't even have the courage to fight Ling Xiao one last time. He begged for mercy from Ling Xiao because he was afraid of death. He planned to leave and give up on the martial spirit of Tao Tai. Wasn't this all a dream? You want to leave now? Ling Xiao asked as he walked. That's right. I want to leave. I want to go back to the pirate ship right now. I don't dare to appear in front of you again. The one-eyed man, who had lost the courage to fight, could only think of escaping from here and never provoking Ling Xiao again. Even if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he had to be more prepared in the future. For example, he had to hire more masters. Today, Ling Xiao made him lose face. One day, he would get it back. He didn't want to be mocked like an idiot. That day wasn't far away. But at this time, Ling Xiao's words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. If you wanted to leave before, I wouldn't have stopped you. But now you have no chance. You only have one choice, and that is to die. Either you die standing or you die kneeling. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot. You wanted to kill me, so you came to block my way to fight. In the end, you realized that you couldn't beat me and wanted to leave? How could there be such a good thing in this world? If Ling Xiao's cultivation was weaker, wouldn't he be killed by the one-eyed man? One-eyed man, should I say that you're shameless or arrogant? Do you think you can kill me, Ling Xiao? When you attacked me, you should have understood that if you couldn't kill me, you would have to die. You can't kill me, I'm the head of the one-eyed pirates. I'm an ally of the Black Python family. Ling Xiao's Black Python clan. Allies? Who's SSSSSSS? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You don't understand at all. Although Meng Zhao's SSS, can be recultivated, but the At this critical moment, the one-eyed man really went all out. He said everything he shouldn't say. Many people suspected that the one-eyed pirates and the Black Python clan secretly colluded to harm other forces, but there was no evidence. They didn't expect the one-eyed man to say it himself today. This idiot! Python Sky, who was hiding in the crowd, gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to tear the guy's mouth apart. The one-eyed man's words directly put the Black Python clans into the unjust. Python Skies is his, true? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the crowd and pointed his gaze at Python Sky. Python Sky secretly cursed. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's eyesight to be so powerful. He was so far away, but he still knew that he was there. For a moment, countless pairs of eyes fell on him. Python Sky stood up helplessly and said, Young Hero Ling, although the one-eyed man's words are not entirely true, they're not wrong. Our Black Python clans didn't let him deal with our competitors. We just have a cooperative relationship with him. I hope you can spare his life for the sake of the Black Python clans. Such an answer was also after careful consideration. He couldn't abandon the one-eyed man at this time. That's because the one-eyed pirates, like the Twin Flowers pirates, belong to a powerful force. If he really burned the bridge at this time, he would inevitably offend that powerful force. Therefore, he stood up to plead for the one-eyed man. What he said was a little too obvious, but there was no other way. He had to say that. Did you hear that, kid? If you dare to kill me, either the one-eyed pirates nor the Black Python clan will let you go. The one-eyed man saw that Python Sky had arrived and immediately perked up. Python Sky, you bastard! Since you're here, why don't you help me? Hurry up and kill this kid! Shut up! Don't you think there's enough trouble? Python Sky was furious. How could he have such a stupid teammate? Can't he see the situation at all? Now is not the time for you to be pretentious. It's good enough that you're still alive. How dare you instigate me to kill Ling Xiao? You don't want to live, but I do. Just as Python Sky didn't know how to plead for the one-eyed man, Ling Xiao had already walked in front of the one-eyed man. You can forgive the heavens for their sins, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. Since you came to kill me, you should know that there's a possibility of you being killed. You asked for it. After saying that, Ling Xiao's sword realm suddenly vibrated. Countless sword lights merged into the shadow sword and pierced the one-eyed man's chest. You dare to kill! The horrified screams were completely suppressed by the roar of the sword realm. The one-eyed man looked at the unstoppable sword light in despair. He really didn't understand how Ling Xiao could be so bold as to not even give face to the Black Python clan. Did he really dare to kill him in front of Python Sky? He died with his eyes wide open. The sword fell. The one-eyed man's body was pierced through, and he fell straight onto the street. Dust and blood splattered all over the place. A ghastly wound appeared on his chest, and even his internal organs could be seen clearly. Dead? Completely dead. The famous one-eyed pirate captain, the hero of the city of Sin Sea region for many years, and a martial artist who was half a step to the Grotto Heaven realm, had died so easily at the hands of a mere teenager. A 17-year-old teenager without a single wound on his body. Only his collar was pierced. Such an ending was too big of a contrast. Countless people felt a huge sense of discomfort in their hearts. They felt that everything was so unreal, as if they were in a dream. Therefore, after the one-eyed man died, the street was dead silent. Everyone was still immersed in the scene that had just happened. Hua Luying was one of the first to recover. Her body was trembling. She was excited. Excited. She loved this man to death. He was the perfect man that she had dreamed of. He was decisive and ruthless in his actions, and he didn't hesitate at all. No matter who the opponent was, whoever provoked him had to be punished. He would never be a coward. Chapter 12:19. Ling Xiao, now that you've had your fun, you can leave now. The city of Sin is no longer a place for you to stay. Although she was excited, Hua Luying was very rational. She knew what kind of trouble Ling Xiao would cause after killing the one-eyed man. Leave? I still have to attend the alchemy convention. How can I leave now? Ling Xiao shook his head. Don't be stubborn. You don't even know who's behind the one-eyed man. If you offend them, you'll be in trouble. Hua Luying said anxiously. What? Don't tell me that the one-eyed man is like your twin Flowers pirates, with a big boss behind the scenes? Ling Xiao asked. That's true. I've said it before, 70% of the mystic world's ocean area has given birth to countless powerful forces. Among them, there's one force that controls the entire ocean area around the Sky Dragon, Godly Phoenix, and White Tiger continents. Its name is Water God Temple, and its overall strength isn't any weaker than the strongest force in the White Tiger continent. It's even stronger than the 5 Immortal Island. In order to make Ling Xiao leave, Hua Luying said some things that she shouldn't have said. Water God Temple? Never heard of it. Ling Xiao wasn't being arrogant, but he really hadn't heard of Water God Temple. After all, his range of activity was limited to the Sky Dragon and Godly Phoenix continents. He hadn't even been to these 2 continents yet. Leader Hua, thank you for your kind intentions. However, it is true that I cannot leave for the time being. If I were to give up such a good opportunity to improve because of an unknown enemy, that would not be my style at all. Ling Xiao, you don't understand how scary Water God Temple is. You're looking for death, do you know that? Hua Luying shouted anxiously. Ling Xiao shook his head. If Water God Temple is really as powerful as you say, then even if I leave the city of Sin, there's no point. That's true. Hua Luying couldn't help but go silent. How about this? I'll help you investigate and see if Water God Temple will cause trouble for you because of the one-eyed man's death. Hua Luying gritted her teeth. Thank you, Leader Hua, but you really don't have to do this. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. No, I've already said that I've taken a liking to you. Regardless of whether you like me or not, my thoughts won't change. Even if I have to become enemies with the Water God Temple, I will still help my man." Hua Luiying smiled brightly and left in a hurry. TSK, young hero Ling is really lucky with women. This Captain Hua's standards have always been high. There aren't many men who can catch her eye, and there are even fewer men who can make her like them. "You're amazing," Princess Yunya said with a smile. "Yunya, don't laugh at me. I still have a mess to deal with." Ling Xiao shook his head. "But you don't seem to be afraid or nervous at all. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. What's there to be afraid of?" "I, Ling Xiao, have always been accompanied by trouble," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "If a person at the bottom wanted to climb up the internet, then he would inevitably be envied and framed. If he wanted to beat the heavens by half a step, he could only fight with his life. So what if it was just a little danger?" Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the warriors hiding in the dark shook their heads secretly. Ling Xiao's character really made them feel good. In the face of people who bully you, you should be brave enough to do it, instead of cowering and being bullied by others. But after feeling good, they began to worry about Ling Xiao's safety. Not to mention the Water God Temple, the one-eyed pirates alone were enough to give Ling Xiao a headache. The one-eyed pirates had 4 fleets, and the 4 captains were all half-step Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. The rest of the crew was close to 1,000, and all of them were Celestial Realm warriors. If the Water God Temple sent more people, it would be even more troublesome. After all, according to the rumors, the weakest person in the Water God Temple was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. This time, no one knew what kind of master they would send, but no matter what, it would definitely be a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Even if Ling Xiao could kill the one-eyed pirate, he had no chance of winning in the face of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Not to mention, the Black Python clan was involved in this. Although he didn't know why Python Heaven didn't help the one-eyed pirate, Ling Xiao killed the one-eyed pirate in front of Python Heaven, which was not giving face to the Black Python clan. Would the Black Python clan spare him? Yes, Ling Xiao was very strong, and his talent was ordinary. But with his current strength, trying to fight against the one-eyed pirates, the Water God Temple, and the Black Python clan by himself was simply courting death. Ling Xiao didn't want to lead the war to Princess Yunya's home. He also knew that the one-eyed pirates were nearby. If they wanted to find him, it wouldn't take more than a quarter of an hour. So, he simply found a stall on the street, ordered a bowl of spicy and delicious tofu pudding, and ate it as if nothing had happened. The warriors hiding in the dark on the street didn't leave, nor did they come out to continue their business. They knew the one-eyed pirates better than Ling Xiao. Their leader had been killed. The one-eyed pirates wouldn't give up so easily. Princess Yunya also didn't leave. She sat opposite Ling Xiao. She did this because she wanted to know more about how strong Ling Xiao was. After all, she didn't see the wonderful battle in the Divine Phoenix capital. Secondly, she was naturally just in case. If Ling Xiao really couldn't handle it, she would naturally take action. Today's Heavenly Dragon trading firm was also in constant disputes. One of the factions planned to cooperate with Ling Xiao and support Ling Xiao's celestial empire. This was Princess Yunya's treasure, so she had to be careful. The waiting time wasn't long. In less than a quarter of an hour, the earth began to tremble. A strange big ship flew directly from the sky and landed on the street. Rumbling sounds continued to rise and fall, and many buildings were crushed by this huge ship. It was as if there was an earthquake, which made people tremble in fear. "It's really here. It's the one-eyed pirate's ironclad airship." Everyone was shocked. Although they had heard that the one-eyed pirate's ironclad airship was a rare mechanical ship, it was very rare in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent. Seeing it today, it was really an eye-opener for him. Ling Xiao is really in trouble. The 4 captains of the one-eyed pirates are here. It seems that there are also masters from the Water Temple. The one wearing a blue robe is one of them. The Water God Hall's people were all wearing water blue robes or battle armor. They had the Water God Hall symbol on them, making them look very unique. It turned out to be something like a mermaid. She had long blue hair, a fishtail on the lower body, and a human upper body. At the same time, in the Black Wind Tower. Sister, let me go. I have to help Ling Xiao. Hua Luiying was trapped by a restriction and couldn't leave. And the one who trapped her was Hua Fuguang, her sister. Chapter 12:20. You can't go anywhere today. If we don't help the Water Temple, then we'll be helping Ling Xiao. If we go against the Water Temple for Ling Xiao, then all of us will die. Can you bear the responsibility then? Hua Fuguang was very calm. Even though she knew that if she did this and Ling Xiao died, her sister would hate her for the rest of her life, but she had to do it. Because she was the leader of the Twin Flowers Pirates, she had to be responsible for her crew. Sister, you can't do this. Can't you see that Ling Xiao won't die? Once he survives, his future will be limitless. Even the Water Temple may not be able to stop his growth. We have to help him now. Hua Feiying shouted. Since you have so much confidence in him, then there's no need to worry. Hua Fuguang closed her eyes and ignored Hua Feiying's shouts. At this time, on the street, thousands of pirates with blood on their hands jumped down from their ships. They were all howling like wild beasts from the sea. They were evil, sinister, and cruel. None of them were good people. None of them hadn't killed hundreds of people. These fellows had never felt pity for human lives. As pirates, their things were theirs, and other people's things were theirs. If they didn't give it to them, then they were stealing it. This was the simplest way pirates behaved. There was no reason to speak of. On the street, warriors hid in the shadows, not daring to even breathe loudly. They were afraid that if they angered these evil guys, they would lose their lives. However, Ling Xiao was still sitting at the stall, eating with relish as if the person who had just arrived did not exist in his eyes. The leader was wearing a blue robe. He looked coldly at the corpse on the ground with a completely shattered chest. He was the representative sent by the Water Temple to the city of Sin. His job was to gather wealth for the Water Temple. The one-eyed pirates did well in this aspect. They were the source of a large amount of wealth for the Water Temple. But now, the one-eyed pirate was killed, and he was killed after mentioning the name of the Water Temple. As the Water God Temple's Sin City representative, he couldn't tolerate the way the Water God Temple was treated. Standing on both sides of him are the 4 captains of the one-eyed pirates. The captain of the first team had fiery red hair. His cultivation was on par with the one-eyed man, and he had a powerful flame martial spirit. He's just a kid. If I were to make a move, I would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Captain Hua, you guys go first. There's no need to talk about Jianghu justice with him. Kill him without mercy, the representative of the Water Spirit Temple said coldly from the bow of the ship. Yes. Captain Hua looked at Ling Xiao, who was sitting in the booth, and suddenly punched out. As the flames rolled, the table in the booth instantly burned, and thick smoke billowed. Ling Xiao! Get over here and accept your death! He let out an explosive roar that shook the heavens, not at all inferior to the one-eyed dragon from before. I've heard that the captain of the one-eyed pirates is very powerful. He is not weaker than their pirate regiment head. Today, I saw him, and it's true. Everyone's expression was uncertain. Some of them were worried for Ling Xiao. Some of them were gloating. After all, there are still all kinds of people in this world. You can't ask everyone to do things according to your ideas. That's not realistic. But at this time, the only thought in everyone's mind was that Captain Hua's strength was not bad. If the rest of the people joined forces, Ling Xiao would be in trouble. However, the table was destroyed, but the bowl in Ling Xiao's hand was not destroyed, nor was the stool under his butt. The bowl seemed to be suspended in the air. There was no support, but it didn't fall down and break, which made people stunned. People couldn't help but sigh secretly. This Ling Xiao is really good. But thinking about how domineering Ling Xiao was when he faced the one-eyed dragon just now, it's not surprising that he can do this now. Mother Faster's Kerr, are you trying to put on airs with me? Captain Hua's body was burning with red flames, and there was also a shadow of flames behind his body, which looked very powerful. "Come on, tear that kid alive for me. Don't worry about anything, all of you go for me," Captain Hu roared, and the crew of a team rushed to Ling Xiao one after another. In their view, even if Ling Xiao was very powerful, there were nearly 300 people in their team, and all of them were Celestial Realm warriors. They were not afraid that they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, this bastard. "Kill!" Captain Hu waved his hand and shouted in a cold tone. "Kill!" The pirates did not have the discipline of an army, nor did they have a uniform fighting style, but one by one, they shouted fiercely and rushed to Ling Xiao, still showing a strong power. However, at this time, a cold breath filled the entire long street. In the sky, snowflakes were floating. The cold chill came to the world, and all the pirates couldn't help but shiver, and their hearts were cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The wind blew. The snow was like a sharp blade. In the flexibility, there was a strong murderous aura. Miserable screams erupted from the pirates in an instant. The bodies of those martial artists who were the first to pounce on Ling Xiao actually gradually froze, turning into aqua-blue ice crystals. The people behind did not have time to stop their momentum, and hit these people heavily. The ice crystals fell to the ground and shattered. There was no blood, but the scene was equally strange and cruel. Any pirate who approached Ling Xiao could not escape the danger of being frozen. Pirates are also human. When the fear overshadowed the ferocity, they did not dare to act. After all, dozens of people have died in front of them, and the way they died was so strange that it made people sigh. Who helped Ling Xiao? People guessed in their hearts. And this person actually offended the one-eyed pirates in order to protect Ling Xiao. Who is Ling Xiao to him or her? What did he do? A group of remaining pirates surrounded Ling Xiao, but did not dare to step forward. The person who did it has not yet appeared. They don't know who is their enemy, but this person is definitely very terrifying. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from Captain Hu's mouth, and he took the lead and rushed out. Without him, it was impossible for those under him to be Ling Xiao's opponent. He now understands. Yes. Finally, under the threat and encouragement of Captain Hua, the pirates regained their confidence, and the fear on their faces was replaced by ferocity again. They looked at Ling Xiao with cold eyes, and one by one they became fierce again. Go! Captain Hua rushed to the front, and a group of pirates followed closely behind, and the murderous aura condensed into a torrent and swept over. This time, there was no snowflakes flying, no cold chill. However, there were plum blossoms all over the sky. There was an elegant fragrance in the air, which was intoxicating. Chapter 12:21. Captain Hua sneered. Although he didn't know where these plum blossoms came from, they actually tried to block his attack. The flames all over his body gushed out and became more fierce. The fire soared and wrapped the plum blossoms. Idiot, if it was snow, I might have a little headache, but it's easy to burn the plum blossoms with fire. Captain Hua showed a smug smile. Is that so? A cold voice came through the air. It was a woman's voice. Looking at the plum blossoms again, they were out of the red flames, and they were still full of energy. There was no trace of being burned at all. Captain Hua only had time to show a shocked expression, and then he felt a tingling in his throat. The breath of life was stripped from his body. A miserable voice sounded almost at the same time. With Captain Hua dead, the remaining pirates were like duckweeds on the ocean, easily harvested. Their lives were as worthless as grass. The martial artists who were watching the fun were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but the person who helped Ling Xiao was so powerful. This young man was not alone. It seemed that their guesses were wrong. The chosen one. The Celestial Emperor. With such an identity, how could there be no helpers? It was said that the Water Spirit Temple was powerful and the one-eyed pirates were ferocious. But many people ignored the fact that the Celestial Empire had just overthrown the true Demon Empire. Behind Ling Xiao, there was also a powerful force. Death spread on the long street, and a group of nearly 300 pirates led by Captain Hua were all killed. They also died inexplicably, and they also died in a very depressed manner. Gee, it's really not easy to kill Ling Xiao. People couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. Think about it carefully. Since Ling Xiao came to the Divine Phoenix continent, he has offended more than one master, but the result is that the people who offended him are basically either dead or crippled. Not only did he not die, but he is also getting stronger and stronger. It seems that unless the representative of the Water Spirit Temple takes action, I'm afraid that the one-eyed pirates will be wiped out today. That Ling Xiao is really calm. He is still eating at this time and has no intention of fighting at all. People really admired this young man more and more. Whether he was pretending or not, he had the ability to do so. If it were someone else, it really wouldn't work. Princess Yunya had already put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile. She thought that the more time she spent with him, the more she knew Ling Xiao, the more Ling Xiao, but now she suddenly found that after spending more time with him, she didn't understand him. Instead, she became more and more unfamiliar with him. Ling Xiao had become more and more mysterious. It was as though he was a completely different person after not seeing him for a day. What surprised her the most was the first person who helped Ling to was Princess Yun. If he guessed correctly, it should be Phoenix Cry drifting snow without a doubt. She was truly impressed. Back when they were in the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, Feng Ming and Piao Shui had viewed Ling Xiao as an enemy. Yet today, they were willing to help Ling Xiao, even if it meant offending Watered Divine Hall. This young man was really charming. Appearance, martial arts, medical skills, wisdom, almost everything was full of strange charm. There was no perfect person in this world, and Ling Xiao was no exception. However, many of his shortcomings were also fatally attractive. Arrogance was a derogatory term when used on others. But when used on him, it became a compliment. This was because the arrogance of others could lead to tragedy in the end. But he was always a comedy. At this time, Ling Xiao had finished eating the last mouthful of tofu pudding and threw the last piece of bun into his mouth. After swallowing it, he said faintly, "People of the one-eyed pirates, listen up. I am in a good mood today and don't want to kill, so don't challenge my patience. Whoever dares to attack me, I will kill, and I will never show mercy." The pirates of the one-eyed pirates shrunk again. Ling Xiao hadn't even made a move, but Captain Hua and the first team had already been wiped out. With just a few of them, they were like fish on the chopping board. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill them, he could kill them easily. There was no possibility of a comeback at all. The events in the city of Sin these 2 days proved one point: Ling Xiao was definitely not a soft-hearted person. On the contrary, he was very ruthless. Especially to enemies, he would never show mercy. If he said he would kill, then he would definitely kill. It was not a joke. "Captain Shark, Captain Tortoise, Captain Foam, the three of you come at me together. Don't tell me you're afraid of a mere Ling Xiao?" A cold voice came from the Water Spirit Temple representative. He was very angry and wanted to do it himself. But once he did, it meant that the Water Spirit Temple would intervene. At that time, they would become enemies with the Celestial Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire. Although the Water Spirit Temple was not afraid of this, it would disrupt their plans. Therefore, he could only hope that the remaining 3 captains of the one-eyed pirates could work harder. "Yes, sir!" Captain Shark, Captain Turtle, and Captain Wind were all half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. They were slightly weaker than Captain Hua, but they had all reached maturity. If one of them made a move, they might not be Ling Xiao's opponent. But if the 3 of them worked together, with the help of the 3 teams, it was still possible to kill Ling Xiao. What was there to be afraid of? Anyway, it was fine as long as Ling Xiao died. Even if they were called shameless, they wouldn't care. The 3 of them looked at each other and rushed out at almost the same time. The sound of internal energy exploding could be heard in the air. The 3 of them were very fast. They were so fast that many warriors couldn't see them with their naked eyes. Especially Captain Wind, he was like a gust of wind. Captain Shark of the Sea Shark clan, Captain Turtle of the Turtle clan, and a human Captain Wind with a wind martial spirit. Your one-eyed pirates really don't lack any species. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a world faintly appeared behind him. The sun and moon alternated, and day and night changed. There was a vast and ancient aura. Suddenly, a huge heaven-devouring titanic beast Taotai crawled out of the darkness. Its two fierce eyes, like the sun and moon, stared at the newcomers. A cold and terrifying aura suddenly penetrated the bodies of all the warriors. Taotai martial spirit? This brat had actually completely integrated the martial spirit of Taotai into his moves. How long has it been? How did he do it? Among the crowd, Mang Sky gnashed his teeth in hatred and jealousy. Small tricks, kill! Captain Shark, Captain Turtle, and Captain Wind were actually shocked. But after all, they were captain-level pirates. Usually, they were ferocious by nature. Even a little fear could not completely cover their ferocious hearts. A huge shark condensed from aqua-blue heavenly origin energy. A huge turtle shell that shone with a yellow light. A crazily spinning tornado. The three attacks attacked Ling Xiao almost at the same time. Chapter 12:22. Roar! Tao Tai's roar seemed to come from another world. The shadow sword in Ling Xiao's hand became faintly discernible. The ferocious aura continued to gather on his body. He did not move, only staring at the three attacks. His cold eyes revealed a disdainful smile. Kill! After the three captains attacked, the pirates and their team also threw out the weapons in their hands. This kind of battle often happened on the sea. The weapons that the pirates threw out contained powerful heavenly yuan energy. Not only did they have shocking destructive power, but their speed was also not slow. The weapons covered the sky and covered the earth like a storm. Ling Xiao's situation looked extremely bad. However, the smile on Ling Xiao's face became unusually bright. Heaven burning eye. Tao Tai's doomsday. In the Tai Chi eye, a blazing sea of fire was released. The weapons flying in the sky quickly melted into molten iron and fell to the ground, cooling on the green stone floor. The shadow sword in his hand stabbed out almost at the same time. The huge Tao Tai flew out along with the sword light. It opened its mouth and swallowed the shark formed by the heavenly yuan energy. Then, its huge claws landed on the turtle shell. The turtle shell was instantly shattered. Although the tornado hit the Tao Tai, it only left a scratch on its body and did not leave any substantial damage. When the three captains saw this, their hearts trembled violently. Retreat! They attacked at the same time, but the last thing they thought was to retreat at the same time. Ling Xiao's attack was more terrifying than they imagined. Especially the terrifying aura from the world behind Ling Xiao. They felt that it was 10 times or 100 times more terrifying than the Tao Tai. Getting close to Ling Xiao was a dead end. They were not willing to gamble with their lives. They were afraid. However, there was no meaning in escaping. Since you chose to attack, then you should know the result. Now that you are afraid, isn't it too cowardly? Ling Xiao's voice sounded softly, but the attack did not stop. The furious Tao Tai covered the entire street, and the originally bright street became pitch black. The Tao Tai Doomsday that had merged with the Tao Tai Martial Soul was the true Tao Tai Doomsday. Once this move was unleashed, everything within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to have entered an apocalyptic world. As the bloody mouth opened, the three captains and the hundreds of pirates seemed to be pulled by something. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. Their bodies were gradually sucked into the bloody mouth. The pirates looked on helplessly as their bodies were torn apart by the sword light from Taotia's body. While they were frightened, they could only scream desperately. They didn't want to die. Even pirates weren't willing to die. When they killed people, they didn't take other people's lives seriously. However, when this kind of thing happened to them, they were afraid. They had come here from the sea to seek revenge on Ling Xiao, to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. But what they didn't expect was that they had come here to court death. Those who killed became those who were killed. This was truly ironic. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Taotia's huge mouth closed. With just this move, the remaining 3 captains were killed, and hundreds of pirates were left without bones. Some of the remaining pirates directly fainted from fright, and some fled in all directions. Those who remained at the scene were also trembling, and had completely lost their courage. When the crowd saw this scene, their eyes were completely frozen. This young man was a little too valiant. Today's ordinary business street had turned into a dead-end street. Could it be that only warriors of the Grotto Heaven realm could subdue him? Captain Hua died in battle. Captain Shark died in battle. Captain Turtle died in battle. Captain Foam died in battle. Along with them, there were nearly 200 pirates of the celestial realm. How could this not shock them? Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was still dressed in snow-white clothes and his black hair fluttered in the wind. If it weren't for the blood dripping from the shadow sword in his hand, they would have thought that he had never experienced a battle. There was no killing intent in his eyes, only a faint smile and indifferent ridicule. Perhaps for him, this battle couldn't even be considered a battle. It was just a boring slaughter. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Gently swinging his sword, Ling Xiao asked faintly. I don't mind giving you a quick death. When the pirates heard this, they didn't move forward. Instead, they all took a few steps back, and some of them wanted to escape. However, at this time, the representative of the Water Spirit Temple made a move. A flow of aqua-blue energy spread out from his body, and this energy was poured into the bodies of the remaining 300 or 400 pirates. The eyes of these pirates also turned aqua-blue. Regardless of whether they stayed or tried to escape, they all became puppet-like existences. They couldn't control their bodies. Under the control of the representative of the Water Spirit Temple, they all rushed toward Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could make a move, 2 figures had already rushed into the crowd. One was as white as snow, cold and gloomy. She was Piao Shui Feng Ming. The other was like a plum blossom, full of murderous intent. She was Cold Plum. I'll also practice. Princess Yunya also walked out with a smile. Of course, she didn't need to do anything to deal with these pirates, but her action represented her attitude. The Moon Lady didn't make a move. She sat on the white cloud with her eyes closed, as if she was resting, but also as if she was cultivating. It wasn't her turn to make a move yet. Ling Xiao also held the shadow sword and went out to kill. This kind of killing was also very good for honing one's murderous intent. The battle was completely one-sided. Under Piao Shui's hands there were all frozen corpses. Under Cold Plum's hands, although the corpses were intact, there was an extra hole in the shape of a plum blossom between their eyebrows. Under Yunya's hands there were many deaths. This woman seemed to have mastered many different kinds of martial arts, each of which could kill people. The people Ling Xiao killed were more miserable. Basically, they were all beheaded. This was because he wanted to make an example. He wanted to let the people in the city of Sin know that if they wanted to kill him, Ling Xiao, they had to be prepared to be killed. And it was very likely that they would die without a complete corpse. The battle was over. Except for a few people who escaped, the rest of the one-eyed pirates were all killed. The number of people who died under the hands of Ling Xiao and the other 3 was close to 1,000, including 4 captains who were half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. These people were too strong. Most of the warriors who were watching were in the Celestial Realm. Facing the ground full of dead Celestial Realm warriors, they naturally felt fear. They were very glad that they didn't provoke Ling Xiao, and they didn't think that they could kill Ling Xiao. It was difficult to judge the cultivation and strength of these people, because these people obviously didn't use their full strength. Their battle seemed so easy, as if they were cleaning up a group of garbage. The one-eyed pirates came aggressively, but they left nearly 1,000 corpses and dyed the whole long street red. The blood-red street was really a great irony. Chapter 12:23. Scary! Everyone sighed. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? They thought that with the one-eyed pirates here, Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. However, of the people who had come, Only the representative of the Water Spirit Hall remained. The rest had either died in battle or fled. No wonder this kid didn't even bother to leave. With such power and such strong helpers, who would they be afraid of? The Water Temple representative hasn't made a move yet. The outcome is still uncertain. After all, that representative is a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Although Ling Xiao and the others had displayed their overwhelming strength and destructive power, the strongest enemy here had yet to make a move. It was hard to say what the final outcome would be. On the other side, at the highest point of the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fu Guang stood there and could clearly see the situation here. Hua Fuing was trapped by the restriction, but he could also see the situation here. Big sister, is this what you want me to see? Do you feel like you've been slapped in the face? Does it hurt? Hua Luiying smiled as he looked at his sister. She knew very well that her sister brought her here to let her see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Then, she would completely give up on the idea of being together with Ling Xiao. However, what her sister, Hua Fu Guang, did not expect was that Ling Xiao would put on a good show. Slapped in the face? That's not necessarily true. The Water Temple representative hasn't made a move yet. I don't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to make a move on the Water Temple representative. Hua Fu Guang gritted her teeth and said, Sister, it's not too late to let me go. If the Water Temple representative is killed later, even if we want to form an alliance with Ling Xiao, he won't care. Hua Fuing reminded her. You think too highly of him. Don't talk about defeating him. He wouldn't even dare to make a move on the Water Temple representative. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Hua Fu Guang was still persevering. The Water Temple was such a terrifying existence. There was once a pirate group that was stronger than the Twin Flowers pirates operating in the Sin City Sea. That captain was also a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, but because he had spoken such arrogant words to the Water Spirit Temple's representative, he had been forced to leave. Even before they started, the pirate group was completely annihilated the next day. Everyone's bodies were floating on the sea, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Because of this, Hua Fu Guang had always obeyed Water God Temple's orders and never dared to disobey. He was even more unwilling to offend them. You're not going to make a move? Ling Xiao finally looked at the high and mighty representative of the Water God Temple. From the very beginning, this person appeared to be superior to others, able to wantonly control the lives of others. You're not worthy of me making a move! The Water God Temple's representative coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, If you have the guts, then don't leave the City of Sin today. I will let you know the fear of offending the Water God Temple. Don't worry. Not only will I not leave the City of Sin today, I won't even leave this street. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and touched his storage ring. An open-air pavilion appeared on the street, blocking the sun from shining on it. Inside the pavilion, there were fruits, desserts, and tea. Lady Piao Shui, Cold Plum, Princess Yunya, go and rest. Let's solve this problem today. There's no need to delay it until tomorrow. After all, I still have to participate in the alchemy conference tomorrow. I can't afford to delay it. As Ling Xiao spoke, he directly sat there and picked up an apple to eat. Master, why don't I go and kill that Water God Temple's representative? Cold Plum lowered her voice and said. Absolutely not. Princess Yunya and Piao Shui said almost at the same time. Oh? Why not? Ling Xiao originally wanted to agree to Cold Plum's request. After all, the Water God Temple's representative really wanted him dead. Princess Yunya told him the story of the pirate group's annihilation. Piao Shui also told him about the Everlasting Joy Celestial Islands experience. It was all related to the Water God Temple. That pirate group was annihilated because their leader spoke rudely. When the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island extended their influence to the White Tiger continent, they had a direct confrontation with the Water God Temple. The result was a crushing defeat. Not only did they lose many Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, but they also completely cut off the idea of extending their influence to the White Tiger continent. On the contrary, the Water God Temple's influence continued to expand in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent's sea region. Although we can't wash our dirty linen in public, I still have to tell you that the Water God Temple is stronger than the 5 Immortal Islands. You can't afford to offend them, and your country can't afford to offend them either," Piao Shui said very seriously. "Then what should I do? If he wants to kill me, should I stretch my neck and let him kill me?" Ling Xiao asked in return. "That's why I said that it's best to endure it. The Water God Temple's representative won't easily make a move. He can control others to attack you, but he usually won't make a move himself. Because once he makes a move, it may involve several major forces and cause a chaotic battle," Piao Shui said. "If he really makes a move on you, it won't be too late to deal with him at that time. We can't make a move first. It's really troublesome, but since you said so, I'll give you face and also give the Water God Temple face. I hope they know what they're doing. Otherwise, no matter how many representatives they send, I'll kill all of them without mercy." Ling Xiao didn't want to stop, but he also knew that Piao Shui and Princess Yunya were doing this for his own good, so it didn't matter if he gave them some face. In any case, the Water God Temple's representative in front of him wasn't a very strong opponent. Even without the help of the Moon Maiden and the others, it was almost impossible for the representative to easily kill Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao couldn't kill him, he could still deal with him. After persuading Ling Xiao, Piao Shui and Princess Yunya went to persuade the Water God Temple's representative. They originally wanted to reconcile, but the other party didn't put them in his eyes at all. Chang'e's Celestial Island's strength is not bad, but the matters of the Water God Temple are not for you to worry about. As for the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, I'm afraid you alone can't represent it. If I remember correctly, the area manager in charge of the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Zhang Tianda, should also be in the City of Sin. Can he tolerate you helping that kid to become enemies with the Water God Temple? The Water God Temple's representative was obviously afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but he wasn't afraid of Princess Yunya. Because Yunya couldn't represent the entire Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Ha ha ha, Representative Yen is right. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Suddenly, smoke billowed in the distance as another group of people arrived. It was none other than the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Zhang Tianda and his subordinates. Yunya, you're really daring. You actually dared to harm the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests behind my back. How should you be punished? The first thing he said when he arrived was to question Princess Yunya. It could be seen that Zhang Tianda really didn't like Yunya. Harm the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests? Why do you say that? Yunya asked indifferently. Chapter 12:24. Still playing dumb? You should understand that our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company has business dealings with the Water Spirit Temple, and Representative Yen and I are good friends. Today, you actually offended the Water Spirit Temple for a brat who came out of nowhere. Isn't this harming the interests of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Zhang Tianda said righteously. What he said did make some sense. However, Yunya just smiled faintly and said, A mere Water Spirit Temple controls the waters of the Heavenly Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and White Tiger continents. The trade volume between our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and them doesn't exceed 300 million low-grade spirit stones a year, right? Zhang Tianda, are you going to protect them with such a small amount of trade volume? You're still not satisfied with 300 million low-grade spirit stones? Zhang Tianda frowned. What a joke. Our trade volume with the Celestial Empire has already exceeded 80 million low-grade spirit stones a month, and it will continue to increase in the future. Which side do you think I should help? Yunya sneered. So much. Hearing Yunya's words, Zhang Tianda was taken aback, but he glanced at Representative Yen and then said in a very tough tone. That's true, but the Water Spirit Temple is much stronger than the Celestial Empire. Offending them is not a good thing. You're provoking enemies for our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. What a joke. Since when did our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company have to be afraid of a mere Water Spirit Temple? Shouldn't interests be paramount? Believe it or not, I'll report to headquarters right now and see their response. Yunya said loudly. Shut up. I'm your boss. Do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't leave that brat, I'll treat you as a traitor and deal with you. Zhang Tianda couldn't argue with Yunya, so he could only bully her. Haha, why didn't you say so earlier? Why put on airs? Do you really think everyone is an idiot? Yunya smiled disdainfully, then looked at the people behind Zhang Tianda and said, All of you, listen up. Today is a grudge between me and Zhang Tianda. He disregarded the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests, colluded with the Water God's temple, embezzled the trading company's assets, and attempted to destroy the trading company's largest source of income between the 3 continents. I don't need you to deal with him, but it's best if you don't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The internal strife of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had long since entered a white-hot stage. In fact, there were fights everywhere. However, the headquarters had always turned a blind eye to this matter. They even treated it as a good thing to promote the evolution of the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. This was because only the stronger one could emerge victorious in this battle. Because of this, Yunya was not worried that there would be any serious consequences after she killed Zhang Tianda. It would be better to say that she had to eliminate Zhang Tianda now. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fully control the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's authority in the first 3 continents. Well, Yunya, this general manager has been waiting for you to say this. If you die later, don't blame me. Zhang Tianda sneered, then waved his hand, motioning for the people he brought to surround the pavilion where Ling Xiao and the others were. Use the array! At his command, those cultivators tossed out the strange jade tokens in their hands one after another. Then, a cage actually appeared, completely trapping Ling Xiao and the others. Although Zhang Tianda looked arrogant, he was much smarter than the one-eyed pirates. He knew that Ling Xiao and the others were strong and that it was not appropriate to fight them head-on, so he simply chose to trap them with a spirit array. Being trapped by my jade cage array, your internal strength and physical strength will slowly be exhausted. When you beg for death, I will give you a quick death. Zhang Tianda let out a cunning sneer, then sat beside the Yen representative. The 2 of them clinked glasses and drank, looking very proud. The warriors surrounding the jade cage array sat cross-legged and muttered, causing a burst of ear-piercing noise to be produced in the jade cage array. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably go crazy after a while. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. Not only was he good at spirit arrays, but his soul force was also extremely powerful. The moment Zhang Tianda set up the spirit array, he chose to fight with it. Not only did it isolate the noise, but it also completely isolated the danger of the jade cage array. However, Zhang Tianda didn't know this. You guys don't have to be nervous. Sit down and rest. I have some insights from the battle just now. Maybe I can break through. Ling Xiao had really benefited a lot from the battle just now. Next, he might have to face spirit array experts like Zhang Tianda or the Yen representative. He must improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Even if his cultivation improved a little, it would be a great improvement to his strength. Okay. Since there was no pressure, they could just eat and chat. Waiting was fine. On the top floor of the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fuguang said coldly, See, sister? This is Ling Zhao's end. Even the people from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company came to deal with him. I have seen the power of this jade cage array with my own eyes. Even a spirit array expert would find it difficult to break through, unless they are good at spirit arrays. Ling Xiao is a martial arts genius and also a monster in the medicine world. However, he can't possibly know about spirit arrays, right? This time, he is finished. The people who helped him are also finished. Hua Luiying frowned and looked into the distance nervously. Although to ordinary people, the scene in the distance was just a black dot, to warriors like them, the scenery in the distance could be seen clearly. No, sister, I believe that he will break out of the array. He definitely will. Hua Luiying actually didn't have any reason to support her words. She just felt that such a proud man, such an indomitable man, such a brave young man, couldn't possibly be finished like this. Of course, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao was the man that Hua Luiying liked. How could her man be so useless? The entire long street suddenly became quiet. Ling Xiao was cultivating in the jade cage array. Because the jade cage array would produce an energy storm during its operation, it blocked everyone's vision. Therefore, they couldn't see clearly what was happening inside the array and what was happening to the people inside. At first, it was fine, but the energy storm became stronger and stronger. Even the eyes of warriors couldn't see through the layers of barriers. The representative of Yan country and Zhang Tianda drank and chatted on the armored airship. The two of them were very relaxed at first. As for the onlookers, it was as if they were watching a tense show. Although they felt very hungry and uncomfortable, almost no one left. They all stared at the situation on the long street with their eyes wide open. Perhaps what was going to happen next was something that they could never imagine. Therefore, they really couldn't miss it. Waiting was too tiring. From the sun hanging high in the sky until the lights on the long street lit up and darkness descended, an entire day had passed. Chapter 12:25. They had waited for a whole day. The warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company who were responsible for maintaining the Jade Cage Array were so tired that they were seeing stars. The onlookers also felt that their physical strength was seriously exhausted. Some people simply took out food and elixirs from their storage rings to replenish their energy. However, the Jade Cage Array was still very calm and showed no signs of breaking. Zhang Tianda suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Representative Yan, I think it's about time. Even if Ling Xiao is a super genius, he has been in the Jade Cage Array for such a long time. I think it's about time for him to die. Why don't we open the Jade Cage Array together?" Representative Yan was about to speak when a whistling sound suddenly sounded in the sky. Another flywheel ship descended. This flywheel ship was larger than the one-eyed pirates. It directly landed on the houses and crushed countless houses. Many warriors were unable to escape in time and were crushed to death by the flywheel ship. Jade Wave Island! This is Jade Wave Island's sky water flywheel ship. Whether its size or quality, it's better than the one-eyed pirate's ironclad flywheel ship. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Many people did not understand why the people of Jade Wave Island were here. Of course, many people knew the reason. Ling Xiao killed Mo Xiaoyu in the Black Wind Tower. That's the young island master of Jade Wave Island. How can Jade Wave Island not send someone to take revenge? Then won't Ling Xiao be dead? He offended Water Spirit Temple, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and now Jade Wave Island. This kid is really hateful. Cut the crap. If he doesn't want to act humble, he'll have to offend people. Ling Xiao must have thought of such an outcome. Now I really want to know how he's going to face these three powerful forces. As the people of Jade Wave Island arrived, heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if they were crying for Mo Xiaoyu. Jade Wave Island is here for revenge. Unrelated people, get lost. I'll give you 30 breaths of time. There was a person standing at the bow of the ship. He was clad in black armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. Although his hair was messy, no one dared to underestimate him. This person's way of doing things was really overbearing. He didn't care who the person next to him was. He just opened his mouth and told him to get lost. He was really worthy of being an expert of Jade Wave Island. The surrounding cultivators did not dare to disobey him and retreated further away. Anyway, as cultivators, even if they were further away, they could still see if they wanted to watch the show. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Water Spirit Temple's representative. He stood up and was about to speak but was stopped by Zhang Tianda. Representative Yan, leave this matter to me. I've known this person for a long time. All right. Representative Yan nodded and said. Zhang Tianda stood up and looked at the person at the bow of the ship. Old friend, since you're here, why don't you come down for a chat? Our common goal is that brat Ling Xiao. It's not good to kill each other. Zhang Tianda? Yes, that's me. All right, for your sake, I'll come down for a chat. The person at the bow of the ship suddenly jumped down. A height of more than 20 meters was like flat ground to a martial artist. It posed no threat at all. Ha ha ha, it really is you, venerable poison soul. Zhang Tianda laughed out loud. Venerable poison soul! Hearing this title, many of the spectating cultivators subconsciously took a few steps back. This venerable poison soul was an inner elder of Green Ripple Island, a grotto heaven realm expert. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that this guy killed people like scything flax. His use of poison was terrifying. Whether it was innocent or enemy, once he got angry, he would not let anyone off. Venerable Poison Soul was the number 4 figure of Green Ripple Island. Apart from the Island Master and the 2 Vice Island Masters, he was the next in line. Now that the Island Master was in closed-door cultivation, the 2 Vice Island Masters could not leave the island without permission. Therefore, as the number 4 figure, he naturally had to avenge Mo Xiaoyu. Otherwise, once the Island Master came out of seclusion, they would all be punished, and might even be killed in anger. Zhang Tianda, you and this Water Spirit Temple representative shouldn't get involved in this matter. That brat Ling Xiao and I have an irreconcilable enmity. He almost destroyed my sect, and now he killed the son of our Island Master. I must kill him with my own hands to relieve the hatred in my heart. Venerable Poison Soul looked at Zhang Tianda and the Yen family representative and said, Hee, I have heard of this. You used to be the sect master of the Poison King sect on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Now that you are an inner elder of Green Ripple Island, it is not a grievance for you. Zhang Tianda said with a smile. Humph, how can a sect master be happy and free? Although Venerable Poison Soul was the number 4 figure in Green Ripple Island, he still had to be ordered around by the 3 people in front of him. His status was not low, but in the end, he was still someone's subordinate. If he was in the Poison King sect, he would be the boss. No matter when, he would have the final say. But now, it was naturally different. Because of this, he hated Ling Xiao. He attributed the change in his status and his tragedy to the rise of Ling Xiao. If it were not for Ling Xiao, his Poison King sect would not have been miserable to such an extent. If it were not for Ling Xiao, he would have been able to act like a tyrant in the True Devil Empire. As a traitor, his dream was broken by Ling Xiao. After the True Devil Empire was defeated, he fled to Green Ripple Island in a sorry state. Although he said that he had become an elder, in fact, he was just a free thug for others. He hated Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who made him run around like a mouse. Since we have the same goal, why should we quarrel over such a small matter? Venerable Poison Soul, since you hate that brat so much, I will help you open the Jade Cage Array and kill him, Zhang Tianda said with a smile. I want that brat to suffer a fate worse than death. If he dies too easily, it will make me very unhappy, Venerable Poison Soul said coldly. Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. An indifferent voice came out from the Jade Cage Array. The energy storm began to quickly recede, and the situation inside became clearer. Ling Xiao was still sitting there, untouched by a speck of dust. Beside him, Cold Plum, Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui, and Princess Yunya stood with a dignified look on their faces. Only Ling Xiao's face was still as bright as the sun, as if nothing could make him afraid. Impossible! Above the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fu Guang looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. After staying in the Jade Cage Array for so long, he didn't look weak at all. Instead, his face was glowing. It was obvious that his strength had improved. Nothing is impossible, sister. You should listen to my advice. Ling Xiao is not an ordinary person. If he died so easily, he wouldn't be here today. Hurry up and make a decision. Choose him or Water God Temple, Hua Fuing said with a smile. Shut up. In any case, our Twin Flowers pirates can't get involved in this battle. I admit that I underestimated Ling Xiao, but do you think he can escape the attack of Venerable Poison Soul, Zhang Tianda, and Yen representative? Hua Fu Guang shouted excitedly. Chapter 1226. But sister, you have to make a choice now. Once Representative Yen is killed, the Twin Flowers pirates will definitely be blamed by the Water God Temple. You have to think carefully, Hua Luing said calmly. Hua Fuguang was stunned. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. Why did she repeatedly make mistakes in judgment, and make a fool of herself in front of her sister? But sister, you have to know that the members of the Twin Flowers Pirates are poor women from all over the world. We have to protect their lives. If we help Ling Xiao, we will have to face the merciless revenge of the Water God Temple. Hua Fuguang gradually calmed down and said, Let's go to the Sky Dragon continent. There are many things waiting to be done in the Celestial Empire. If we go there, we will definitely have a chance to develop. We can't always let our sisters be pirates, right? Hua Luiying said. Hua Fuguang was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she reached out and removed Hua Luiying's seal. Sister, I hope you are right. At the same time, on the street, Zhang Tianda and Representative Yan were very surprised to see Ling Xiao safe and sound. Zhang Tianda, is this the effect of your so-called jade cage formation? This is too embarrassing. Let's hurry up and leave. Watch how I destroy this demon. Venerable Poisonous Soul looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. When he joined the true demonic empire, he was only a beginner in the Grotto Heaven realm. But after the true demonic empire's comprehensive transformation of his body, he was now a third Grotto Heaven realm elite. This kind of improvement only took a little more than a year. It was extremely fast. He didn't care about the after effects of this transformation. He also didn't care if the true demonic empire used him as a lab rat or a test subject. He only knew that his strength was increasing very quickly. Ling Xiao destroyed the true demonic empire and blocked his path of cultivation. He must kill Ling Xiao today. Not only for revenge, but also to get rid of this terrifying monster. Ling Xiao's improvement was too fast. He couldn't get used to it at all. This kind of speed was like sitting on the fastest flying sword. He was afraid that in a year or two, or even a few months, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao's opponent. Now was the best time to kill Ling Xiao. Zhang Tianda removed the jade cage array. His expression was somewhat gloomy. However, this expression was more for Princess Yunya. Compared to Ling Xiao, he naturally wanted Princess Yunya to die more. Venerable Poison Soul, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. Representative Yan, please help me kill that woman. Zhang Tianda was naturally referring to Yunya. As for the other one, leave her to me. They completely disregarded Ling Xiao and the others. They were already planning to divide the spoils of war. All right. The other two did not refuse. Venerable Poison Soul hated Ling Xiao to death, so he had to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. In fact, it doesn't matter who Yan representative kills. He just wants all the people who attacked the one-eyed pirates to die. It didn't matter who he killed. Ling Xiao, don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. I will take good care of you and make you wish you were dead. Venerable Poison Soul looked at Ling Xiao with a ferocious smile. Is that so? Just don't fail miserably when the time comes. Ling Xiao said lightly. No one could tell what he was thinking at this time. People were very confused. At this time, Ling Xiao could still be so unscrupulous? What was he relying on? Whoosh! Cold Plum suddenly released a cold aura and controlled her cultivation to the third Grotto Heaven realm, which was exactly the same as Venerable Poison Soul's cultivation. Master, you don't need to do anything. I'll kill this Venerable Poison Soul. Third Grotto Heaven realm. That girl is actually an expert of the third Grotto Heaven realm. It's no wonder that so many of the one-eyed pirates died before. It's just like an egg hitting a stone. The crowd exclaimed. Although many people had guessed that Ling Mei's strength was not ordinary, they did not expect Ling Mei to be so powerful. Venerable Poison Soul also frowned. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Hee, if Venerable Poison Soul doesn't mind, how about leaving that little girl to me? A ghostly laughter came from the sky. Then, a figure appeared in front of Cold Plum. Hua Fuguang! Representative Yan nodded in satisfaction. Hua Fuguang, you came at the right time. Help Venerable Poison Soul stop that woman and I'll consider it a great merit. Yes, Representative Yan. Hua Fuguang glanced at Representative Yan and then turned to Cold Plum. Where's Hua Fuiying? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. She's already dead, Hua Fuguang said lightly. She's my sister, but she betrayed me in Water God Temple for a man. She must die. Is that so? Ling Xiao saw an unusual color in Hua Fuguang's eyes. He suddenly walked up and gently patted Cold Plum's shoulder. Then, he whispered a few words in her ear. Cold Plum's expression didn't change. But she naturally understood what Ling Xiao meant. Yes, master. I'll do as you say. Cold Plum had always obeyed Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't right, she wouldn't refute him. Moreover, today, she felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. Thus, Cold Plum faced Hua Fuguang. Zhang Tianda faced Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Representative Yan faced Princess Yunya. As for Ling Xiao, he faced Venerable Poison Soul. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui didn't dare to underestimate Zhang Tianda. She also released the aura of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Fourth Grotto Heaven Realm! This realm was much higher than Mo Xiaoyou's. Actually, from this point, it could be seen that the young warriors from Chang'e Celestial Island were really more powerful than those from Seven Martial Grandmasters Island. Although Divine Phoenix Empire was said to be on the same level as Seven Martial Grandmasters Island, they were actually much stronger. It was just that Five Immortal Island was restricting them, so Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire couldn't expand wildly. Otherwise, with the ambition of Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, they would probably be on the same level as Five Immortal Island very soon. Good girl. Chang'e Celestial Island has a true genius. You've already reached the Fourth Grotto Heaven Realm at such a young age. You really surprised me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, Chang'e Celestial Island and our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company still have a very close business relationship. I'll love you well. Zhang Tianda looked at Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Although he was a little surprised, in his opinion, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui was still no match for him. Although their cultivation levels were similar, he was more experienced and ruthless. Princess Yunya also revealed part of her strength. She was also at the Third Grotto Heaven Realm like Representative Yen. Good fellow, those three women are actually all Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. This Ling Xiao has the lowest cultivation among them? People really didn't know what to say about this scene. They only felt that it was a little ridiculous. Ling Xiao's cultivation was clearly inferior to those three women, but they all seemed to listen to him. Chapter 12:27. Little rascal, your luck with women isn't shallow. It's just a pity that you won't have such fortune in the future. Meeting me is your life's greatest sorrow. The better Ling Xiao's situation was, the more jealous and unhappy Emperor Poison Soul became. He must humiliate Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Especially in front of those three women. Maybe not. Before everything ends, no one can say for sure. Ling Xiao looked at Emperor Poison Soul and said indifferently. Killing you, this old man won't need 7 moves. Do you believe me? Emperor Poison Soul originally wanted to say that he could kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves, but on second thought, this boy was too cunning and couldn't be underestimated. So, he changed the 3 moves to 7 moves. He believed that killing Ling Xiao in 7 moves was extremely safe. In any case, Ling Xiao's helpers were all blocked by experts at this moment, so no one came to hinder him. I don't believe you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said calmly. Maybe I'm not your match, but killing me in 7 moves? Are you daydreaming? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. But even so, they didn't quite understand where Ling Xiao, a Heaven Realm martial artist, got such confidence from when facing a Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Little rascal, I know you're arrogant, but soon you won't have this chance. Emperor Poison Soul knew Ling Xiao and had even experienced the power of Ling Xiao's silver tongue, so he didn't plan on talking nonsense. A gloomy aura erupted from his body and pervaded the surroundings. On the ground, an ant crawled by and suddenly fell to the ground, quickly turning into a drop of black water. Terrifying. All the spectating martial artists were glad that they had retreated far away. Otherwise, within this range, even if they weren't as miserable as an ant, they would probably be seriously injured. Behind Empyrean Poisonsoul, a phantom floated out. Gloomy and cold. It was a fellow covered in green, with green poison oozing from every part of his body. He looked like a giant toad. Poison Toad Martial Soul! The crowd couldn't help but tremble. Although it wasn't an immemorial martial soul. However, martial artists were most unwilling to encounter a martial soul that contained a lethal poison. Because it was really troublesome. The poisonous toad stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. The sound of the poisonous toad could be heard in the air, accompanied by a gloomy poisonous gas. It made people feel as if they had stepped into a poisonous pond. After 7 moves, you will definitely die. Venerable Poison Soul didn't want to waste time, so he didn't intend to show any mercy. He immediately released his martial soul, the venomous toad. This poison toad martial spirit was no longer in its original state. It was obvious that it had condensed a lot of other toxins and had become stronger. It was even more terrifying. The other battles also began at the same time, but the spectating cultivators seemed to be more interested in the battle between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul. This was because, at least in terms of cultivation, the other battles were evenly matched. It would probably take a long time for the battle to end. However, the battle between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul was the one with the least suspense and the most suspense. The least suspense was because Venerable Poison Soul's cultivation base was much higher than Ling Xiao's. The most suspenseful was Ling Xiao. He was definitely not an ordinary young genius. He was a miracle worker, a person that no one could see through. Furthermore, Venerable Poison Soul had said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 7 moves, which made the spectating cultivators even more interested. What would the situation be like after 7 moves? Ling Xiao didn't continue talking nonsense. He didn't let anyone help him against Venerable Poison Soul. This included the Moon Lady and the Yuan Venerate in his body. He wanted to test his potential and use this battle with Venerable Poison Soul to further stimulate his innate talent. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the realm of controlling heaven and earth. In his mountain river world, all the scenes on this long street appeared for the time being. And all of this was within his control. This was his world. The territory that belonged to him. Now that someone wanted to deal with him and kill him here, he had a reason to defend his territory. This was something that any male life form had to do. Croak! Croak! Venerable Poison Soul lay there, croaking like a frog. His aura was clearly gathering at an accelerated rate. Boom! After a loud explosion, Venerable Poison Soul suddenly scuttled away. The place he had been lying on had already been torn apart, and the bluestone floor had been reduced to rubble. In midair, Venerable Poison Soul condensed a huge poisonous claw made of origin energy. This was a poisonous claw made of domain origin energy. The claw, which was the size of a millstone, clawed viciously at Ling Xiao. It was extremely ruthless and overbearing, as if it wasn't willing to give Ling Xiao any chance of survival. The ferocious croaking of the poisonous toad continued. Surprisingly, every time the poisonous toad croaked, the glow of the poisonous claw became brighter. The surrounding crowd gasped when they saw the huge poisonous claw. They believed that Venerable Poison Soul would crush Ling Xiao in a crushing manner. However, when the huge green poisonous claw was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao, the nails on the poisonous claw suddenly flew out. The distance was so close, and the speed of the nails was so fast. It was basically impossible for a Skyman martialist to react in time. The spectating martialists were dumbfounded. No way! Is there a need to use such a cunning and sinister move to deal with Ling Xiao? They knew that Venerable Poison Soul was sinister and cunning, and his moves had always been unusual. What they didn't understand was that Venerable Poison Soul was so much stronger than Ling Xiao, yet he still used such a despicable method. Wasn't this a little too degrading? However, even if it was degrading, the spectators still felt that Ling Xiao was doomed. This attack was too sudden, and the nails on the huge green claw were as sharp as the strongest immortal-grade artifacts. Even if it was Ling Xiao, it was impossible for him to completely dodge at such a close distance. It was even more impossible for him to completely block it. However, the spectators didn't know that for Ling Xiao, such a trick was just superfluous. Ling Xiao, who was in the realm of controlling heaven and earth, was a god in this world. Although this god's strength was somewhat weak and couldn't control most of the power in this world. However, he was naturally more familiar with this place than his opponent, and more at ease. He knew every movement of every element in the air like the back of his hand. What Venerable Poison Soul wanted to do, he knew better than anyone. Unless the opponent was much stronger than him, they could break the balance of power in this world. Otherwise, he would be in an invincible position here. He couldn't defeat his opponent, and his opponent couldn't injure him either. Although Venerable Poison Soul was very strong, he still couldn't break this balance, at least not in a short time. Chapter 12:28. What was he thinking? What was he doing? Ling Xiao had even figured out where he would appear in the end. Crack! 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 The dark green nails pierced through Ling Xiao's body. Unfortunately, it was just an afterimage. The nails hit the ground, shattering several pieces of the bluestone floor. Some pitiful bugs on the ground also died. Bang! The moment he dodged the attack, Ling Xiao even launched a counterattack. The shadow all hit Venerable Poison Soul's back. Although this attack did not cause the slightest injury to Venerable Poison Soul. Venerable Poison Soul's face was very ugly. One move! Ling Xiao retreated and stood in the distance, looking indifferently at Venerable Poison Soul with a smile. This guy is too strong. What is his cultivation? Facing Venerable Poison Soul, who is at the third Grotto Heaven realm, not only can he easily dodge the attack, but he can also counterattack. Yes, although the counterattack did not seem to have any effect, to be able to do this, he is much stronger than Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. In the crowd, many people wanted to treat Ling Xiao as a role model for the younger generation. This guy could actually play with Venerable Poison Soul in the palm of his hand. Cunning little vile spawn! Venerable Poison Soul was very unhappy. He had said that he wanted Ling Xiao to make a fool of himself here, but Ling Xiao had dodged his first attack so beautifully, and had even landed a blow on him. This guy really could not be underestimated. Kill! Venerable Poison Soul increased his speed, and his attacks became sharper and faster. What was even more terrifying was that he used all kinds of cunning and sinister moves in succession. Every time, it would shock the surrounding cultivators and make them secretly curse him for being sinister. Generally speaking, no one was willing to easily encounter a cultivator like Venerable Poison Soul because this kind of cultivator was too difficult to deal with. However, when it came to Ling Xiao, it became his favorite to encounter. Thus, Venerable Poison Soul's second move was easily dodged by Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao attacked Venerable Poison Soul again. Although there was still no effect, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. It seemed like he was very confident and had a card up his sleeve. The third move was the same. Not only was Ling Xiao able to dodge skillfully, but he was also able to find opportunities to attack different parts of Venerable Poison Soul's body. Can someone tell me what's going on? Is Venerable Poison Soul too weak, or is Ling Xiao too strong? This isn't a simple matter of strength. Ling Xiao is just too good at dodging. He seems to be able to predict his opponent's attack every time, and then calmly choose to dodge. Foresight? I've heard that once one's soul force reaches a certain degree, they can temporarily foresee their opponent's attacks. But even a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist can't foresee every attack accurately. I don't understand. I really don't understand. This Ling Xiao is simply a mystery. That's right. I'm starting to doubt it now. Venerable Poison Soul wants to finish him off in 7 moves? Is that really possible? In the crowd, there was no lack of people with good eyesight. Some people had already guessed how Ling Xiao was able to dodge Venerable Poison Soul's attacks. So, it was impossible for Venerable Poison Soul not to have guessed it. Old bastard, didn't you say you would kill me in 7 moves? It's already been 3 moves. But you haven't even touched the corner of my clothes. Are your words just a fart? Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Venerable Poison Soul. Yes, 3 out of 7 moves had already passed. Only 4 moves remained. Let alone killing Ling Xiao, Venerable Poison Soul hadn't even touched Ling Xiao. What was this? Was Venerable Poison Soul not in his best condition today? At this time, Venerable Poison Soul was thinking that he was lucky he hadn't said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves. Otherwise, he would have really lost face today. But he was still confident in 7 moves. The first few moves were just probing moves. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao in the final move, he wouldn't lose face. The one to lose face would only be Ling Xiao. The one who had the last laugh was the one who had the best laugh. Venerable Poison Soul now knew that Ling Xiao was terrifying because of his foresight and speed. The combination of these two was simply the end of the world for ordinary martial artists. This was because he could judge your next move and rely on his speed to avoid it. When facing him, you would always be a beat slower. So, the only way to deal with Ling Xiao was to be faster than him, or use a powerful force to deter the opponent. Schemes and machinations would be meaningless. He had used the wrong method for the first 3 moves. A knowing smile appeared on his cold and sinister face before it quickly turned cold. Around his body, a dark green light began to circulate crazily, faster and faster. The power in his body seemed like it was about to erupt. Gua! The poison-toad martial spirit let out an even more ferocious cry. It was so shocking that many of the surrounding martial artists subconsciously retreated. Gua gua! With an even more intense cry, the poison-toad martial spirit wrapped around Venerable Poison Soul's body and gradually shrank. In the end, Venerable Poison Soul's entire body looked like it was wrapped in a layer of leather made from the poison-toad martial spirit. Because of that, he looked like a toad that was only one person. Although this situation looked funny, no one laughed. The power contained in the poison toad's body was too terrifying. Everyone was worried that they would become the target of this poison toad's attack. Naturally, Ling Xiao also felt the terrifying power that was bursting forth from the godly general. He didn't dare to be negligent. The fiery scarlet sun feather raiment burned on his body. The cold light on the underworld shadow sword also became sharper. Offense was the best defense. Ling Xiao had always thought so. So, from the beginning, he didn't plan to defend or dodge. Suddenly, the poison toad opened its mouth and shot out a tongue that was more than 10 meters long. This speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's body. A martial artist at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm had this ability. At that moment, Ling Xiao's choice was shocking. He didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword. A crazy sword intent poured out from the underworld shadow sword. It was like a surging river that had burst a dam. It was so surging. Behind Ling Xiao was a world of its own. Power poured out from it. The light on his body was even brighter, and the temperature was even higher. The sword intent on his sword was even denser, and the sword chi was even sharper. Open! The tip of the tongue let out a roar like spring thunder. Ling Xiao's underworld shadow sword had already pierced towards the long and poisonous tongue. At this moment, the underworld shadow sword was flexible but sharp. The long sword wrapped in sword intent emitted a strong destructive sword intent. It destroyed everything, including the seemingly indestructible poison toad tongue. Boom! The collision between the sword and the tongue caused a loud sound and tremor on the long street. The ground caved in and the nearby houses collapsed. After a moment of collision, Ling Xiao's body flew back uncontrollably. In this collision, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage. After all, the other party was a martial artist at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm, while Ling Xiao had just broken through to the 10 Directions Heaven Realm. The gap between them was huge. Chapter 1229. After all, the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul was too great. In this head-on collision, Ling Xiao was directly pushed back dozens of meters. After dozens of meters, Ling Xiao finally stopped. His shadow sword had drawn a mark on the ground that was dozens of meters long. blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously injured. However, it was not very heavy. Venerable Poison Soul also looked at his chest in surprise. Unknowingly, his chest had been struck by Ling Xiao's attack. Although it was only a shallow mark and did not cause him the slightest harm, he was beginning to feel a little annoyed. 4 moves, old vile spawn! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said with a proud smile. Haha, you blocked the 4th move so miserably. Can you really block the next 3 moves? Venerable Poison Soul laughed disdainfully. Although he was smiling, he was a little angry in his heart. It was clearly a head-on collision, but he did not gain much of an advantage. Even if Ling Xiao was injured, it was meaningless if he was not killed. He was a dignified 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, but he could not even easily kill a puny Sky Realm martial artist. If this were to spread out, it would be really embarrassing. Fortunately, there were still 3 moves left. He would not give Ling Xiao a chance to speak again. Can't block it? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, Old vile spawn, haven't you noticed that I've left 3 marks on your body? If our cultivations were the same, you would be dead by now. I'm not blocking your attacks, I'm attacking you. Your weak attacks are nothing more than tickling this old man. Venerable Poison Soul said rather unhappily. Is that so? Then I'll continue tickling you. Ling Xiao never did useless work. He knew that Venerable Poison Soul had an amazing defense, so he did not think that he could break the other party's defense from the beginning. He was thinking about how to defeat the other party without breaking the other party's defense. That's right, defeat the other party. Even if this possibility was only a pitiful 1%, he was still willing to fight for it. If he didn't fight, then he would have nothing. If he went all out, he might still have a chance. An even more terrifying sword intent burned. The world behind Ling Xiao became even clearer. The sun and moon rotated in that world, releasing an incomparably powerful pressure. The mountain river world's incomparably domineering will could crush any battle intent in the profound world. It complemented Ling Xiao's heaven and earth control realm perfectly. Ling Xiao wasn't angry, but he already had the intention to kill. He hadn't done anything wrong, but people had come knocking on his door time and time again. This was just because people thought he was weak. Even if he couldn't kill Venerable Poison Soul today, he definitely wouldn't let him have an easy time. 7 moves to take his life? What did he take Ling Xiao for? Ants? Or was he the little beggar who was bullied on the street in the past? He was unhappy. Very unhappy. Although there was no anger on his face, nor was there anger in his heart was gloomy and cold. Facing the humiliation of others, getting angry couldn't solve any problems. Defeating him, killing him, and counterattacking him, this was what Ling Xiao should do. From the beginning, he didn't think of just avoiding Venerable Poison Soul's 7 moves. After 7 moves, he wanted to shock everyone. That Ling Xiao, he can't really think that he can defeat Venerable Poison Soul, right? What do you know? That's called dignity. A martial artist must defend their own dignity. Even if you know that you'll lose, you absolutely can't compromise on this matter. That's right. Looks like Ling Xiao seems to have broken through to the 10 Directions Heaven realm. But even so, he's absolutely not a match for Venerable Poison Soul. This battle is a battle of his dignity. That's right. As long as he can leave even a scar on Venerable Poison Soul's body, it's enough to be proud. In the crowd, many people were sweating profusely for Ling Xiao. They were even moved by Ling Xiao's actions. But no one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. The cultivation disparity was too great. It was hard for Ling Xiao to even preserve his life, so how could he talk about injuring Venerable Poison Soul? The final outcome of this battle might really be Ling Xiao enduring until the 7th move and suffering a crushing defeat, losing his life. But if he could leave even a trace of a scar on Venerable Poison Soul before dying, that would be good enough. But Ling Xiao did not have their miscellaneous thoughts. His soul was an unyielding soul, a proud soul, a stubborn soul. Clearly knowing that he was not a match, he still went to fight. This was Ling Xiao. Putting it a bit harshly, this was a lunatic. But the number of times Ling Xiao was treated as a lunatic was already more than once. Ha 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 ha! Foolish brat, do you really think that by relying on your 10 directions heaven realm cultivation, you can contend with this old man's third grotto heaven realm cultivation? You're simply a lunatic talking. Although Venerable Poison Soul laughed loudly, his heart was strangely furious. For the other party to be able to attack, that meant that he did not suppress the other party. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. The dark green poisonous toad gradually changed colors. Its body became multicolored, looking very beautiful, but also extremely dangerous. This kind of move, Venerable Poison Soul originally planned on using it to deal with opponents stronger than him. But today, facing Ling Xiao, he actually executed it. Because he wanted Ling Xiao to die. Furthermore, the fifth move was going to kill Ling Xiao. He did not wish to drag it out anymore. Dragging it out was a kind of wear and tear to his fighting intent. But Ling Xiao's fighting intent would only become stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao looked at him coolly, the sublime shadow sword in his hand condensing power once more. This was a sublime shadow sword. But at the same time, it was also a sword of impermanence, a sword of slaughter, a sword of destruction. The same weapon, in the hands of different people, would unleash completely different effects. The sublime shadow sword chose Ling Xiao, and also chose the master that it felt was most suitable for it. The current Ling Xiao's entire person was enveloped by sword intent, like a peerless divine weapon that was unsheathed. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to pierce even the sky. Merely breaking through to 10 directions heaven, but his sword intent is several times stronger than before. Breaking through so quickly, and the improvement is so great, this is simply a different kind of person. Python Sky looked at this scene and was extremely shocked in his heart. This kid can't be left alive. If he stays, he'll become a scourge sooner or later. He looked at Ling Xiao and also had the intention to kill. Although the Moon Lady gave him too much of a shock, he believed that their Black Python clan's head, Python 5, could definitely block the Moon Lady's attack. This way, they might really be able to kill Ling Xiao. It was just that when to make a move, he still needed to report to the head. Thinking up to here, he whispered a few words to a subordinate behind him. That person turned around and left quickly. Not bad, not bad. Your fighting intent is very strong. Your sword intent is very thick. But Ling Xiao, you don't have domain essence energy. How are you going to resist me, a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Venerable Poison Soul sneered. A Grotto Heaven actually gradually condensed around his body. Chapter 1230. Poisonous Toad Paradise. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at the paradise around Venerable Poison Soul. This space was filled with gloomy venom and poisonous gas. Countless poisonous toads were letting out irritating and frightening cries. It was obvious that Venerable Poison Soul's paradise domain was more solid. It was much more powerful than the 2 early-stage Paradise Realm fellows that Ling Xiao had met in the Heavenly Dragon continent. At this moment, Venerable Poison Soul was the king of the poisonous toads in this paradise. All of the poisonous toads looked to him as their leader. Not only did he have the poisonous toad's venom, powerful jumping ability, and the ability to suddenly extend their tongues, he also had the control of this paradise. As mentioned before, Zoan martial souls and plant martial souls could grow along with a martial artist's growth. They were like the demonic beasts of the mystic world, growing stronger and stronger. Of course, natural martial souls and special-type martial souls could also grow, but the way of growth was not as direct as animal and plant martial souls. It seems that One-Eyed Dragon said the same thing before he died. However, his origin energy domain doesn't seem to be as strong as he boasted. Ling Xiao took a step forward and his sword domain appeared at almost the same time. His sword domain was not the real paradise domain. It was simulated by the mountain river martial soul, but its power was not weak. Since there was a gap in the quality of his internal energy, he had to use other methods to make up for it. Holy King's Eye. The Tai Chi rotated, and a figure with an indistinct appearance appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Golden light flashed, and a battle song sounded. It was Ling Xiao's self-created battle song. As the battle song sounded, Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in a layer of brand new energy, and his condition began to rise. Can I be invincible with my origin energy domain? The gap in the quality of my internal energy is not unbridgeable, as long as my soul is strong enough. Ling Xiao took a step forward once more, and a frenzied battle intent engulfed the entire street like a blanket. Everyone was a little shocked. This kind of horrifying battle intent, was it really just released by a martial artist with 10 directions heaven cultivation? Wasn't this too terrifying? At this moment, Ling Xiao exuded a powerful, unyielding, and fearless aura. Standing there, he was like an undefeatable god of war. He was like an elegant sword immortal. Stop being so pretentious. Die. Venerable Poison Soul had clearly noticed the change in Ling Xiao, and knew that he could no longer tolerate Ling Xiao's increase in strength. Otherwise, he really didn't have the confidence to kill him within 7 moves. In that moment, thousands of ugly poisonous toads of various colors rushed out from the poison toad paradise, causing many martial artists to feel goosebumps rise all over their bodies as they shivered. The poisonous toads condensed into a terrifying wave of poisonous toads, and all of them rushed towards Ling Xiao, wanting to completely drown Ling Xiao. Quick! Within the sword domain, countless sword rays pierced through the air. Ling Xiao had once learned the imperial sword technique and mastered the sword formation, so his control over the sword domain was much smoother. After all, this was something that originated from the same system. Radiant Sword Domain! This was the 7th profound of the profound truths of light. Ling Xiao's previous battle with the one-eyed dragon not only broke through to the 10 directions heaven realm, but he also comprehended the sword domain. From this, he comprehended the 7th profound of the profound truths of light and shadow. Following his loud and clear roar, the countless sword lights actually all emitted a blazing light that was as hot as the sun. Then they turned into countless rays of light and instantly enveloped the thousands of poisonous toads. Destroy! The sharp sword chi merged with the high temperature of the scarlet sun. The radiant sword domain was the nemesis of the poisoned toad paradise. As long as the sword rays touched the poisonous toads, they would instantly disappear. Not only that, the sword domain's attack range was too wide, and even Venerable Poison Soul was enveloped within. Almost no one noticed that the 3 marks that Ling Xiao had left on Venerable Poison Soul's body were emitting the same light as the scarlet sun. Those 3 marks were attacks, but the purpose of the attacks was not to injure the opponent, but to set up a formation on the opponent's body. It was a very simple 3 stars light-gathering formation. Although it was simple, its effect was very focused. It could condense the power of the scarlet sun and the power of light at one point. This seemingly insignificant thing could only be used for alchemy or magic, but at this moment, Ling Xiao integrated it into the most crucial part of his attack. With this 3 stars light-gathering formation, Ling Xiao had a way to injure Venerable Poison Soul. So what if the opponent was a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? The result of a battle was not entirely dependent on strength. Sometimes strategy was also an important part. Bastard, break for me! Venerable Poison Soul did not discover the 3 stars light-gathering formation. Facing the sky full of sword rays that were constantly eroding and destroying his poisoned toad paradise, he naturally would not sit still and wait for death. His huge mouth took a deep breath and then spat it out. A gust of wind wreaked havoc and actually blew away the countless sword rays. However, in the next moment, he realized that it was useless. The sword domain condensed together again and attacked again. Ling Xiao, who had cultivated the primordial spirit remnant volume, had a powerful soul. How could the sword domain be destroyed so easily under the dual control of his soul force and heavenly essence energy? Break! The sword domain's sword rays finally pierced through the poisoned toad paradise's defense and landed on Venerable Poison Soul's body. Crackle! 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 Although it still did not leave the slightest mark on Venerable Poison Soul's body, it hit him squarely. This shocked countless people, and their faces were filled with shock. A mere 10 directions heaven martial artist was actually able to firmly suppress a third grotto heaven realm martial artist. Although he could not injure the other party, this was already very impressive. If the two of them had the same cultivation, wouldn't Venerable Poison Soul be pressed to the ground and rubbed against him? What they did not understand was how Ling Zhao's heavenly essence energy could defeat Venerable Poison Soul's sword domain. That's not just heavenly essence energy, but a brand new internal energy that completely fused heavenly essence energy and soul force. After all, there were still experts in the crowd. No wonder. I knew it. Ling Zhao's sword light seemed to have a life of its own. It turns out that he had integrated his soul power into it. But with so many sword lights and such a huge sword domain, how strong is his soul power when he's only a 10 directions heaven martial artist? This is where he's brilliant. It's said that Ling Zhao started cultivating soul secret techniques very early on, and his soul force is much stronger than martial artists of the same realm. However, no one knows how much stronger. They really did not know how much pain Ling Zhao had suffered and how much risk he had taken in order to cultivate the primordial spirit remnant volume. A person's strength did not come from nowhere, but from walking step by step. You can't hurt me. So what if you can? I'll kill you now. Venerable Poison Soul looked like he was at a disadvantage, but in reality, he was still in an invincible position. Chapter 1231. Since he was unable to block Ling Zhao's attack, Venerable Poison Soul simply gave up on defending and rushed towards Ling Zhao. The dark green poisonous claws appeared again, but this time there were 2 of them, and they completely merged with his arms. Die! With a furious roar, a bright green light exploded in the air. Venerable Poison Soul approached Ling Zhao at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. He's right. Even if Ling Zhao managed to attack him, it wouldn't be of any use if he couldn't break through his defense. That was what the onlookers thought as well. Even the Moon Maiden in the sky was ready to rescue him at any time. They did not understand what choice Ling Zhao could make under such circumstances. However, at this moment, Ling Zhao's face revealed a smug smile. What are you laughing at? Venerable Poison Soul cursed because he was flustered. He did not know what Ling Zhao's smile meant, nor did he know why Ling Zhao was laughing. He could only roar in anger. At this moment, he felt so powerless. Although he had been the one taking the initiative to attack from the beginning to the end, it was as if every attack was weak and powerless. It was as if he had been completely grasped by his opponent. It was extremely depressing. Ling Zhao's smile continued. 3 stars light gathering array activate. Radiant sword domain condense. In the face of Venerable Poison Soul's furious attack, Ling Zhao only said 2 sentences. At that moment, everyone was surprised to find that a strange triangle had been outlined on Venerable Poison Soul's body. Then, all the sword light in the radiant sword domain was like the Milky Way fallen from the 9th heaven, completely fusing into this triangle. Through the strengthening of the 3 stars light gathering array, the radiant sword domain condensed into a terrifying giant sword. This is bad. Venerable Poison Soul also realized that if he was hit by this attack, it would be impossible for him to come out unscathed. This kid had been scheming against him from the beginning, and had been fighting with the intention of defeating him. He had never planned to take 7 moves from him. He felt that his self-esteem had been severely challenged. However, compared to his pride, his life was obviously more important. He was actually lying on the ground, using a dodging move that martial artists despised, donkey roll. But even so, even if he abandoned his dignity to hide, it was meaningless. The giant sword followed him like a shadow and struck his body. Bastard! Break for me! Unable to dodge, Venerable Poison Soul could only rely on his powerful domain energy to try and shatter the giant sword. Boom! A moment later, the giant sword formed by the radiant sword domain exploded. They turned into specks of light and disappeared with the wind. 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were still too strong. If Ling Xiao's strike had struck a first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, they would have already died. However, Venerable Poison Soul was actually able to shatter the giant's sword. Alas! Ling Xiao sighed, revealing a look of regret. However, the surrounding cultivators were completely dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on Venerable Poison Soul. Yes, the giant's sword had been shattered, but there was a large charred mark on Venerable Poison Soul's chest. It was a bloody mess, charred black, and looked extremely frightening. It seems that after 5 moves, the one injured is not me, but you. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His opponent was very strong, but his knowledge was even more profound. Array, soul power, martial arts, and Tai Chi, these 4 combined to form this wonderful strike. Although this strike was only a light injury to Venerable Poison Soul, it was a very serious blow to Venerable Poison Soul's heart. There was no doubt about it. Everyone looked at the result of this strike in disbelief. Although they did not know what would happen in the end, at least for now, the one who had the upper hand was Ling Xiao. Not him, Venerable Poison Soul. Ah! Venerable Poison Soul howled to the sky. He was angry, unwilling, and humiliated. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! No matter what, I must kill you today! Definitely! He no longer cared about the pact of 7 moves. He realized that it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Xiao in 7 moves. If he was obsessed with 7 moves, he might even be tortured to death by this kid. Didn't you say that you would kill me in 7 moves? Ling Xiao asked disdainfully. Venerable Poison Soul's face was gloomy and ugly. He did not answer Ling Xiao's question because he was unable to. I'm afraid that Venerable Poison Soul did not expect that the battle would turn out like this. He was actually injured by Ling Xiao. 7 moves? I think that he might not even be able to defeat Ling Xiao in 70 moves. That kid is simply a monster. That's right, I think so too. I even have a feeling that if Ling Xiao does not want to die, even Venerable Poison Soul would not be able to kill him. Why do I feel that Venerable Poison Soul is going to die? Suddenly, a voice broke the crowd's discussion. That's impossible. Even if Ling Xiao can injure Venerable Poison Soul, that is by relying on some crafty schemes. Those things can be used once, but not twice. Yes, even if those crafty schemes can succeed, that strike just now should be Ling Xiao's strongest attack. He can't win. Everyone generally believed that Ling Xiao was very strong, so strong that it was difficult to kill him. But to say that Ling Xiao could kill or defeat Venerable Poison Soul was a bit of a stretch. No one was willing to believe it. However, no matter what, Ling Xiao has already created a miracle. The power of that sword strike should be able to kill a first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, right? That's true. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered over the battle just now. That terrifying strike had left many people secretly alarmed. Could it be that Ling Xiao had already reached a level where he could fight against a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Could it be that the barriers between realms were meaningless to him? Ling Xiao had already grown to be an expert on the same level as a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Who could stop him? Hua Floating Light, who was fighting with Cold Plum, had a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't expect that she would lose to her sister in this matter. What a powerful young man! What terrifying potential! This scene made her firm in her decision to do as her sister, Hua Luying, said. At that moment, she exchanged glances with Cold Plum. Then, Hua Floating Light suddenly approached Venerable Poison Soul. Under the illumination of the lamplight, a slender sword pierced into Venerable Poison Soul's back. You! Venerable Poison Soul still wanted revenge and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he felt his life rapidly slipping away. Hua Floating Light, what are you doing? Yanhua's representative looked at the leader of the Twin Flowers pirates in shock and questioned loudly. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. Hua Floating Light suddenly attacked and killed Venerable Poison Soul. This scene was completely unimaginable. What was going on? But amidst the shocked voices, Hua Floating Light pulled out the slender sword, and Venerable Poison Soul's body fell limply to the ground. Chapter 1232. Hua Fu Guang walked towards Ling Xiao and knelt down on one knee. Hua Fu Guang greets the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. I am willing to bring the Twin Blossoms pirates to join the Celestial Empire. I hope the Celestial Emperor will take us in. Approved. Actually, from the moment he saw Hua Fu Guang appear, Ling Xiao had already seen Hua Fu Guang's thoughts from her eyes. At this time, the Twin Blossoms pirates had already entered the city of Sin under the command of Hua Liying. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, they would help Ling Xiao fight. This was a surrender, so they had to show enough sincerity. Hua Fu Guang killing Venerable Poisonous Soul was just a small gift, and also a kind of attitude. Thank you, Celestial Emperor! Hua Fu Guang stood up and stood beside Ling Xiao. Hua Fu Guang, you dared to betray the Water God Temple. You will regret it, and your Twin Blossoms pirates will be torn to pieces. The representative of Swallow Country roared angrily. He couldn't tolerate this kind of betrayal. Betrayal? Hua Fu Guang looked calmly at the representative of Swallow Country, and her voice became cold. When the Water God Temple forced my crew to serve the crew of the One-Eyed Pirates, did you think about how angry I would be? Humph, your Twin Blossoms pirates already have some brothel girls. What's wrong with letting them serve others? The representative of Swallow Country snorted. Shameless! Hua Fu Guang said coldly. Some of them were brothel girls in the past, but I saved them from the fire pit, and you pushed them into the fire pit. This is the action of a beast. In the past, I didn't dare to rebel against you because I didn't find a wise master. I didn't find someone who would dare to go against the Water God Temple for us. But now, I have found one. Ling Xiao, he is my wise master, and the savior of the Twin Blossoms pirates. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao again! The representative of Swallow Country's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was Ling Xiao who killed One-Eyed Dragon who listened to his orders the most. Now, it was Ling Xiao who made the Twin Flowers pirates punish Water God Temple. He had to admit that not only was Ling Xiao's cultivation talent extremely monstrous, the most terrifying thing was that this fellow actually had a cunning and charm that ordinary geniuses didn't have. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent, countless forces and countless experts were willing to serve him and help him. Moon Lady, Cold Plum, Yunya, Fluttering Snow, and now the Twin Flowers pirates. If such a monstrous genius didn't die sooner or later, he would stir up the entire profound world. He couldn't tolerate such a freak being alive. Absolutely not. Naturally, Zhang Tianda, Python Sky, and other people who were unhappy with Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as him. Representative Yan's attacks were even more ferocious. He wanted to kill Yunya and then kill Ling Xiao. Zhang Tianda's attacks on Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow became even more brutal. Every move was ruthless, and he did not hold back at all. Cold Plum, go help Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow. Finish the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao had just gone through a battle and had a lot of things to digest and comprehend. Moreover, he had consumed a lot of energy, so he needed to rest. Therefore, finishing the battle as soon as possible and returning to Princess Yunya's residence to rest was what they should do. At that moment, something strange happened. Venerable Poisonous Soul, who had been killed by Hua Floating Light, actually stood up. However, he looked shaky and didn't look like a living person at all. You have the ability to injure Venerable Poisonous Soul. You are indeed an amazing young man, but it's too early for you to be proud. With this old woman here, you are dead. A black shadow appeared on the flywheel of Jade Wave Island. In the dark night, this black shadow looked eerie and terrifying. She was covered in a pitch-black cloak and held a walking stick that seemed to be made of some kind of bone. The person who spoke was her. What, she actually came too? There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Corpse Granny, that's Corpse Granny, one of the deputy island masters of Jade Wave Island. It seems that Amo Shoyo's death really made the island master of Jade Wave Island extremely angry. Not only did he send out the Intersect Elder Venerable Poisonous Soul, but he even sent out the deputy island master. Corpse Granny is a warrior in the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. She is much stronger than Venerable Poisonous Soul. If she wants to kill Ling Xiao, I'm afraid she can do it in one move. This is really one trouble after another. This time, there is really a good show to watch. Python Sky, who was about to help Zhang Tianda and Representative Yen, breathed a sigh of relief. Without the order of the Black Python clan's first master, he didn't dare to act rashly. However, if Representative Yen of the Water Spirit Temple and Zhang Tianda of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were in danger, he would definitely help. After all, compared to Ling Xiao, these two forces were the Black Python clan's most willing allies. 8th Grotto Heaven Realm. Your Jade Wave Island really thinks highly of me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. He had to use all his strength to deal with someone like Venerable Poisonous Soul. Facing this Corpse Granny, he wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. He was really in trouble. Master, leave her to me. Cold Plum took the initiative to step forward and said, You can't easily use your half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivation. How about this? I'll give you a portion of the human monarch's power. Don't force yourself. Ling Xiao still had 6 portions of the human monarch's power in his body. This time, he gave 1 portion to Cold Plum, so there were only 5 left. However, he didn't feel the pinch. After all, as his cultivation continued to improve, the human monarch's power was becoming less and less useful to him. It could only increase his attack power. It was best to use it before he broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm. It was most suitable. Understood, Master. I will be careful. Cold Plum looked at Corpse Granny expressionlessly. Her aura began to rise from the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm to the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. Blood-red killing intent had already completely enveloped her. At this moment, she was the most dangerous killing god in the night. Ghost. Heavens, how high is that girl's cultivation? Why does it feel like there's no upper limit? Is she more talented than Ling Xiao? I don't understand. I really don't understand. The crowd once again began to discuss animatedly. They were completely stunned by Ling Mei's sudden burst of strength. Hee 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 hee. Corpse Granny suddenly let out a strange laugh. She looked at Cold Plum and said, The smell on your body is really nice. Your martial soul seems to be very special. For me, it's a great supplement. At this moment, compared to killing Ling Xiao, she was more interested in Cold Plum. This was because she liked the aura of Cold Plum's second martial soul the most. Cold Plum didn't say anything. She unsheathed the Devil Mother-Child sword and charged towards Corpse Granny. Corpse Granny sneered. She waved her walking stick and a few more corpses stood up on the ground. One-Eyed Dragon and the One-Eyed Pirates. This guy was like a witch tribe warrior from the ancient times. He could actually use witchcraft to control corpses. However, Cold Plum didn't care about these corpses. After all, corpses were just corpses. They couldn't be more powerful than the person. So what she needed to do now was to kill Corpse Granny. This way, the crisis at the scene could be resolved. Chapter 1233. Your Majesty the Sky Emperor, leave those corpses to me. Take care of your wounds. Since Hua Floating Light had already submitted to Ling Xiao, she definitely had to do something for him. She knew that she was no match for Zombie Grandma, but she could still deal with the corpses that Zombie Grandma had resurrected. Okay. Ling Xiao really needed time to heal. If the battle continued, his injuries would definitely worsen. As a result, he, who was hated by everyone, became an idle person. He sat there and healed while observing the battle. Cold Plum and Zombie Grandma's battle were evenly matched, but Zombie Grandma obviously had more battle experience. Not only could she control the corpses, but she was also extremely powerful. It was easier for Hua Floating Light to deal with the corpses, but she couldn't end the battle in a short time. Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui, and Zhang Tianda were at a disadvantage in the battle, but the outcome wouldn't be decided in a short time. On the other hand, the battle between Yunya and Representative Yen was a battle of tacit understanding. It was actually very easy for Yunya to kill Representative Yen, but she didn't do so. Although she also wanted to cooperate with Ling Xiao, she wasn't Ling Xiao's subordinate. So, it was enough for her to block Representative Yan for Ling Xiao. There was no need to kill Representative Yan for Ling Xiao and become enemies with the Water God Temple. Such a situation made the onlookers exclaim in joy. When had they ever seen so many Grotto Heaven Realm warriors fighting? It was too shocking. Looks like someone's going to end up with nothing. Ling Xiao looks like he's all alone and doesn't have any power, but whoever wants to take his life will always fail. Isn't he a little too many friends? Yeah, the one-eyed pirates will definitely die in vain. Bibbo Island won't gain any advantage. As for the Water God Temple, not only did they lose the one-eyed pirates, but they also lost the Twin Flowers pirates. They can only rebuild their power in the City of Sin. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that the world is changing too quickly. Why do I feel that every time Ling Xiao is about to be killed, the outcome is always different from what we imagined? It's not that the world is changing fast, but that we know too little about Ling Xiao. Do any of you know his true strength? Many people were unable to answer this question. They felt that Ling Xiao's cultivation should be at 10 directions heaven, but was it really so? Even if it was true, Ling Xiao's battle prowess was most likely above Shifang Tian's cultivation. After a while, Ling Xiao's internal injuries were completely healed. Medicinal pills combined with the healing ability of the Eye of the Holy King was really not a problem for Ling Xiao. After his body recovered, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and Jade Ripple Island's martial artists. These people were all just Deva Realm martial artists. Although the numbers were not few, in front of Ling Xiao, they were merely clay dogs and pottery chickens. Especially when Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the early stage 10 directions heaven, and after comprehending sword domain, these people had no way of doing anything to him. His gaze revealed a hint of a cold smile, his face lifting up with some treachery. You all want to kill me, I'll make you all annihilate, not leaving a single one alive. What Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? What Jade Ripple Island? Provoke me, Ling Xiao, provoke my celestial empire, die. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's people and Jade Ripple Island's people all saw Ling Xiao's expression and felt the powerful pressure that Ling Xiao released towards them. Each of their bodies could not help trembling a little, endlessly terrified in their hearts. Not good, that lunatic is going to make a move against us. Although fearful, Jade Ripple Island and Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's martial artists were also considered veterans in the pugilistic world in the end. Facing a 17-year-old brat, although they were terrified, for the sake of face, it was still impossible to slip away like this. If that was really the case, it would be too embarrassing. Ling Xiao, you thief, what are you trying to do? Could it be that you want to become enemies with our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Jade Ripple Island? The two groups of people asked the same question. Nonsense! You all want to kill me, can I kill you all? If you die, don't blame me. Those who kill will be killed. It's that simple. Ling Xiao felt that these people were really funny. Become enemies with them? Now that they were already like fire and water, they actually said such words. Could it be that these people's brains were flooded with water? Everyone, don't be afraid of him. He's just one person. With hundreds of us joining forces, could it be that we're still not a match for him? Although they were afraid in their hearts, the people of Jade Ripple Island and Heavenly Dragon Trading Company gathered together because they knew that it was useless to escape at this time. They could only resist. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to let them leave alive. Looking at the actions of these people, Ling Xiao did not say anything else. His sword domain reappeared. In the world of mountains and rivers behind him, the light of the scarlet sun became even brighter. Radiant sword domain. It could illuminate everything, and it could also kill everything. It could destroy everything. The sound of swords whistling continuously sounded, forming a battle song of slaughter. Fight! Among the hundreds of martial artists, 2/3 chose to fight Ling Xiao head-on. They attacked one after another and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The other group of people turned around and fled. They had already seen the terror of Ling Xiao's sword domain. It could even injure venerable Poison Soul, who was at the third grotto heaven realm cultivation. How could they, these heaven realm martial artists, resist? So they had to escape. Whether it was those who rushed over or those who fled, they were all enveloped by Ling Xiao's radiant sword domain. Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking smile. Rays of sword light shot out like the rays of the scarlet sun. These people came here from afar to take his life. If he did not entertain them well, wouldn't it be a bit too unworthy of these people's hospitality? Sword light flew. Screams sounded one after another. The martial artists of Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and Jade Ripple Island were involved in this killing rain of swords. No one was able to escape. They watched helplessly as their bodies were pierced by those rays of light. Bone-piercing pain came from their bodies one after another, causing them to tremble all over. Why? Why did we die? We clearly only came to kill an insignificant person in the Jianghu. Why? We can't accept this. Whether it was the martial artists of Heavenly Dragon Trading Company or Jade Ripple Island, there was only one thought in their minds at this moment, and that was regret and unwillingness. They came with Zhang Tianda, Corpse Grandma, and Venerable Poison Soul. When they came, they were in high spirits. Wasn't it just to kill a heaven realm insignificant person? Any one of them could do it. How could there be any danger? But now, the cruel reality told them a truth, and that was to never underestimate those unknown insignificant people. Perhaps their small bodies contained the most terrifying power. Evil creature! Stop it! Corpse Grandma and Zhang Tianda almost shouted at the same time. Chapter 1234. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were Zhang Tianda's most loyal and capable subordinates. Without these people, he would become a commander without an army in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. At that time, what could he use to fight with Princess Yunya? Therefore, he could not tolerate Ling Xiao attacking his subordinates. He had to stop Ling Xiao. Most of the people from Emerald Wave Island led by Corpse Granny were the future elites of Emerald Wave Island. Although they might not be geniuses like Mo Xiaoyu, there were too few geniuses. The ones who truly supported Emerald Wave Island were these outstanding warriors who were second only to geniuses. Among them, there were even successors trained by Corpse Granny. But at this moment, they were bleeding and screaming on the long street. Their voices were filled with incomparable grief. Whether it was Corpse Granny or Zhang Tianda, they could not allow Ling Xiao to kill all these people. But was it useful? Although they were angry, they were powerless. Because whether it was Cold Plum or Phoenix Cry Piao Shui, they would not let Corpse Granny and Zhang Tianda deal with Ling Xiao. Cold Plum's loyalty to Ling Xiao was probably greater than anyone else's. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui was repaying his kindness and defending the dignity of Chang'e Celestial Island. If Ling Xiao died here, then she would have no face to see her grandfather, let alone the world. Corpse Granny was originally evenly matched with Cold Plum, but because of this distraction, she was stabbed in the back by Cold Plum. Although this stab was not considered a serious injury. However, Cold Plum penetrated her sword intent into Corpse Granny's body. The situation of the battlefield began to subtly change. Zhang Tianda was even more miserable. His legs were frozen into ice by Phoenix Cry Piao Shui's cold temperature, and then shattered. He had a slight advantage in the battle, but at this moment, he was completely at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao did not even look at the battle over there, but his face revealed a sinister smile. I said earlier that those who want to kill me have to be ready to be killed by me at any time. You can raise your butcher's knife to me, so don't blame me for killing you. His voice was cold and firm. The sword domain disappeared, leaving behind hundreds of corpses on the ground. Lying there in a disorderly manner, each of them had at least dozens of sword holes on their bodies. Although this was the most direct and simple way to use the sword domain, it was still incomparably powerful. Zhang Tianda was furious. Corpse Granny was furious. However, the two of them couldn't even protect themselves now. They could only suppress their anger at the bottom of their hearts. The raging flames of anger almost completely burned them, but they were unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. They had really suffered a double loss. This time, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also lost all of his subordinates. This transaction was really a huge loss. This Ling Xiao really can't be provoked. The one-eyed pirates offended him and were completely wiped out. The Heavenly Dragon trading firm led by Zhang Tianda had offended him, and they were all wiped out. The people of Emerald Ripple Island offended him, and they were all wiped out. Yes, it's simply terrifying. In a sense, today's matter had nothing to do with Zhang Tianda at all, but Zhang Tianda provoked such a fiend just to make friends with Water Spirit Temple. Emerald Ripple Island is even more miserable. Mo Xiaoyu wanted to rob Ling Xiao's things and offended Ling Xiao, which led to a series of sacrifices. Not only did a large number of promising disciples die tragically, even the inner court elder Poison Soul Venerable was killed. Now the Vice Island Master, Corpse Granny, is also injured and seems to be in danger. Everyone secretly sighed in their hearts. If Ling Xiao was a fiend, perhaps no one would object. Those who offended him really didn't have a good ending. I heard that Piping Island, one of the 7 martial arts sect islands, was destroyed because they offended Ling Xiao. Will Emerald Ripple Island be the same? That's hard to say, but Emerald Ripple Island is really in trouble. Think about it just now. Venerable Poison Soul Venerable and Corpse Granny led a group of people from Emerald Ripple Island here. How domineering was that? Venerable Poison Soul Venerable even said that he could kill Ling Xiao without anyone's help. How long has it been? Not only is Venerable Poison Soul Venerable dead, but those elites of Emerald Ripple Island are also dead. I think Zhang Tianda is also finished. He has lost so many people and offended such a malefic person. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company will definitely not spare him. I'm afraid that Princess Yunya will gain the upper hand in the internal strife this time. Everyone sighed, and Mang Tian's face was a little ugly. He didn't know if he should attack Ling Xiao now. This kid was just like a hedgehog, with thorns all over his body. If he attacked him, he might not be able to kill him. Instead, he would attract needles all over his body and stab himself to death. Hua Fuguang's face was full of joy. She had made the right choice. Listening to her sister and choosing Ling Xiao was the wisest decision she had ever made. Otherwise, at this moment, the Twin Flowers pirates might have become the victim of Ling Xiao's rage. After killing the people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm and Emerald Ripple Island, Ling Xiao didn't stay idle. He directly jumped onto the iron-armored airship of the One-Eyed Pirates and put it into his mountain river world. His storage ring might not be that big, but his mountain river world was very big. Then, he also put away the airship of Emerald Ripple Island. He was going to take these 2 airships back to the Ministry of Works of the Celestial Empire for research. With this technology, it would be much more convenient in the future. These 2 ships could both sail and fly. It was simply too wonderful for words. On the other side, the battle was still going on. However, after seeing Ling Xiao put away the 2 ships, Corpse Granny and Representative Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding warriors were also dumbfounded. Ling Xiao really didn't give any face to his opponent. Not only did he kill the other party's people, but he also took away their airships. Putting aside Emerald Ripple Island's airship, there should be a lot of valuable things on the ship of the One-Eyed Pirates. This was equivalent to taking away all of them. He was simply rich. Interesting. Not only did Ling Xiao not die, but he also made a fortune. If someone told me this before, I wouldn't have believed it. This is simply a miracle. At this moment, Corpse Granny, Zhang Tianda, and Representative Yan had already thought of retreating. Because if they continued to fight like this, sooner or later they would be the ones to suffer, not Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a black carriage appeared on the long street. This carriage didn't run, but flew. And it wasn't horse-drawn, but pulled by a person. The person pulling the carriage was actually a warrior of the Grotto Heaven realm. A person who could make such an expert work like a cow or horse was definitely not a weakling. Therefore, This black carriage also immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, the current battle was too stalemate and even a little ugly. Therefore, the appearance of something new would always attract the attention of many people. Chapter 1235. There were bodyguards on the left, right, and back of the black carriage. They were also at the grotto heaven realm. Their strength was on par with the person pulling the carriage. They even looked almost identical. In any case, very few people could recognize them. Some people in the crowd had already recognized the identities of these 4 people. Aren't they the 4 slaves, eye, ear, nose, and mouth, of the Black Python clan's first master, Python 5? Eye, ear, nose, and mouth were the names of these 4 people. It was said that Python 5 had once killed the parents of these 4 people, but he kept them alive and personally taught them martial arts. Now, not only did these 4 people not intend to avenge their families, but they were also loyal to Python 5 and were willing to be his 4 most loyal dogs. Could it be that Python 5 is here? Many people were surprised. Eye, ear, nose, and mouth had always been by Python 5's side. If they appeared, how could Python 5 not appear? Greetings, First Master! Python Tian also walked out from the crowd. Since the First Master was here, it would be unreasonable for him to not show up. Get up! I'm just here to ask for something. Don't mind me. The curtain of the black carriage was lifted, and a tall man walked out. Python 5 looked very ordinary. However, the aura of an overlord in his body could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. Every movement of his was filled with an air of ruthlessness and decisiveness. Every look in his eyes was so sharp and ruthless. You want something? Python Tian was stunned. He thought that Python 5 had come to help Representative Yen and Zhang Tianda after receiving his report. He did not expect that he was only here to ask for something. He was a little disappointed, but he did not dare to ask anything. He just stood aside and waited for Python 5's orders. Python 5 was too terrifying. He never showed mercy even to his own people. If someone dared to disobey his orders and betray him, that person would definitely not be able to escape death. He had always exuded an extremely strong domineering aura. Therefore, no one in the Black Python clan had ever dared to betray him because those who betrayed him would have been killed by him before they could do anything. His most common saying was, "I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me." This person was the typical type of existence where those who submitted to him would prosper and those who opposed him would perish. Therefore, when Ling Xiao crippled Meng Xiao this time, many people thought that Mang 5 would definitely kill Ling Xiao. However, Python 5 didn't make a move afterward, which made many people a little puzzled. Today, Python 5 appeared again. People seemed to understand that it wasn't that Python 5 didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. It was just waiting for an opportunity. Python 5 looked at Ling Xiao. He was here to look for Ling Xiao. He wanted something from Ling Xiao. Is Her Highness Moon Maiden all right? After Python 5 opened its mouth, the first thing it asked wasn't how Ling Xiao was or what it wanted. Instead, it asked about the Moon Lady. She's fine. Ling Xiao nodded. It's been a long time since I've seen Her Highness the Moon Maiden. Back then, when I met her, I was still an ignorant youth. I was around your age. Python 5 wasn't like those boorish guys. Although his name was tacky, his speech and behavior revealed a kind of majesty and rigor. Many people didn't know who the Moon Maiden was, so they were even more surprised. Python 5 was actually so respectful to this person called the Moon Maiden. Could it be that this person had helped him before? It was as if he was reminiscing about the past. After a moment, Python 5 smiled slightly and said, "People still have to admit that they are old. You really shouldn't let Her Highness Moon Maiden out." When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He could tell that Python 5 was blaming the Moon Maiden. "Little guy, you crippled my son Meng Xiao's cultivation, right?" "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded and said. There was nothing to hide. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. "It's good that you admit it." Seeing that Her Highness Moon Maiden once guided me, I won't pursue this matter. Python 5 chuckled lightly. He seemed to be quite magnanimous. Pursue? Great Master, you seem to have made a mistake. Your son wanted to kill me, and I only crippled him. This is already giving you face. I should be the one to not pursue this matter. I should be the one to be magnanimous. What right do you have to pursue this matter? Ling Xiao could tell that Python 5 wasn't here to chat with him today. He was here to cause trouble for him. Since the other party was here to cause trouble for him, why should he be polite to this guy? Ha ha! You're really arrogant. However, if you think that you can be unscrupulous and commit crimes just because you have Her Highness Moon Maiden as your backer, then aren't you looking down on the world too much? Python 5 laughed out loud. Great Master, you didn't come here today just to talk nonsense, did you? If that's the case, then there's no need to talk about it. I've heard enough nonsense today, and I don't want to hear any more. Ling Xiao suddenly interrupted Python 5's laughter. Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. Python 5's eyes revealed a touch of awe-inspiring coldness. Although he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously, whether Ling Xiao died or not didn't mean much to him. However, if Ling Xiao was stubborn and wanted to go against him, then he wouldn't mind killing this untactful boy. You got an ancient bronze seal at the Black Wind House's auction yesterday, right? That's right. Ling Xiao suddenly became vigilant. Python 5 suddenly asked about the ancient seal. What was going on? Could it be that the treasure that was being talked about on the streets really had something to do with the Imperial Jade Seal? And this Python 5 actually wanted the Imperial Jade Seal? Well, how about this? Sell the ancient bronze seal to me. I'm willing to buy it at double the price. What do you think? Python 5 said with a smile. He didn't know whether Ling Xiao knew the secret of the ancient bronze seal, so he didn't dare offer too high a price in case Ling Xiao realized something. That wouldn't be good. However, Ling Xiao already knew what he was thinking. If he didn't hand over the ancient bronze seal, Python 5 wouldn't let him off easily. But so what? Right now, he had a trump card. Even without the help of the Moon Lady, he could still escape easily by relying on the power of a Yuan Venerate. What could Python 5 do to him? Sneering in his heart, Ling Xiao straightforwardly shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't lack those spirit stones, and I also like that ancient bronze seal. I think it's really quite fun, so I won't sell it. The Imperial Jade Seal was something that Ling Xiao had to obtain. Only with the Imperial Jade Seal could he truly establish a nation and have a real chance of conquering the world. He had already made a great ambition to re-establish a powerful human race dynasty in the mystic realm. How could he leave the Imperial Jade Seal? Many people were puzzled when they heard Python 5's request. Chapter 1236. It was just an ancient bronze seal. Why would Python 5 come personally to buy it from Ling Xiao? There seemed to be a secret behind this. Otherwise, why would Python 5 do this? Keep watching. People were paying more attention to the situation here. Even the few people who were fighting over there had their ears pricked up to listen. Python 5 was not an ordinary person. Since it was something that he wanted, it must be extraordinary. What if it's 10 times the price? Python 5 gritted his teeth and said. He did not want to offend the Moon Lady now, so if he could solve the problem with spirit stones, it would not be a problem. 10 times the price? That was only tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, which was not attractive to Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Imperial Jade Seal was something that he was determined to get. How could he give it away so easily? I've said it before. I like the ancient bronze seal very much. Even if you offer 100 or 1,000 times the price, it will be useless. This time, Ling Xiao decided to make things clear. Wanting to buy the Imperial Jade Seal with money was tantamount to a fool's dream. There was no way he would give it away. You don't want spirit stones? Well, I'm willing to exchange a mortal-grade spiritual weapon with you. With your cultivation speed, it won't be too late for you to use a mortal-grade spiritual weapon. Don't you want it? Python 5, this fellow, was really willing to pay a heavy price. A mortal-grade spiritual weapon would cost at least hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Even if you had low-grade spirit stones, you might not be able to buy it. He was actually willing to exchange. However, the more it was so, the more people felt strange. What was Python 5 thinking? Why did he have to do this? In fact, the reason why Python 5 was willing to pay such a high price was that he guessed from Ling Xiao's attitude that Ling Xiao might have already known that the item was the Imperial Jade Seal. If he did not pay a high price, it would be impossible to get it. TSK, a mortal-grade spiritual weapon is really extravagant. It's a pity that you don't seem to understand human language. I've said it before, I'm not exchanging it. Even if it was a divine-grade spiritual weapon, he would not exchange it, let alone a mortal-grade spiritual weapon. After all, as long as his cultivation continued to increase, he would be able to get his hands on a divine-grade spiritual artifact sooner or later. In fact, he might even be able to forge one himself. However, the Imperial Jade Seal was not only a magical treasure, but also a symbol of imperial power. There was only one of it. If he lost it, it would be difficult to get it back. Senior Python 5, what are you doing? Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry could not help but ask as the pressure from the attacks lessened. Lady Piao Shui, this matter has nothing to do with you and the everlasting joy Immortal Island. Python 5 glanced at Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui indifferently. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, There are some things in this world that the weak are not qualified to possess. Those things are not good for you. Instead, they may cause you to lose your life. Many people wanted my life, but they were all disappointed. Ling Xiao still shook his head and said, Boss, you don't have to be so alarmist. A gloomy expression finally appeared on Python 5's face. He felt that he had already given the Moon Lady a lot of face, but this Ling Xiao was completely stubborn. Since he could not talk, he could only use force. A child who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit is not a good child. If it were not for the Moon Lady, do you really think you are worthy of me talking so much nonsense to you? Python 5 said coldly. You also know that what you're saying is nonsense. Then don't say it, lest everyone becomes unhappy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You don't know what's good for you. A strong murderous aura was released from Python 5's body. He directly turned into a ferocious beast and pounced on Ling Xiao. Deterrence! I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the thing, and I can let you leave the City of Sin safely. Otherwise, the City of Sin will be the place where you die. Nonsense! Ling Xiao did not give any face to Python 5. He said in a cold voice, Isn't the Black Python clan a clan of robbers? Anyway, robbing and killing are not unfamiliar things. You probably do it every day. Why are you being so hypocritical today? Are you afraid of Sister Moon Lady? If that's the case, then there's no need. Sister Moon Lady doesn't need to deal with a lowly trash like you. Python 5 hated it when people called him AB****. Although he was born AB****, now that his clan was becoming more powerful, he began to think of clearing his name. He did not want to be AB**** for the rest of his life. If someone dared to say that, it would be like exposing his scars. He would never forgive them. Therefore, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, Python 5's voice became colder. No matter what you say today, I want that ancient bronze seal. Either you die, or you hand it over. This was a threat that left no room for negotiation. When the crowd heard this, they could not help but be shocked. Ling Xiao was really something. He had offended Emerald Wave Island, One-Eyed Pirates, Water God Temple, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and now even the Black Python clan. The strongest person sent by Emerald Wave Island was only an 8th Grotto Heaven Realm Corpse Granny. However, the leader of the Black Python clan, Python 5, was a real Yin-Yang Realm expert. Could Ling Xiao still be alive? Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. Python 5, you keep saying that you want to turn over a new leaf and never do those evil things in the past. Why does it seem like you're just talking nonsense today? What are you doing? Don't you have any shame? Princess Yunya easily slapped the representative of Yen Kingdom away. The two of them almost stopped attacking each other temporarily. They were also attracted by the dispute here. The one who spoke to Python 5 was Princess Yunya. Only she dared to say that. That's right. Python 5's way of doing things is too dirty. It's easy to change a leopard's spots. Even if he keeps saying that he wants to wash his hands of evil and turn over a new leaf, in fact, he is still a thief and a prostitute. He has always been shameless and despicable when doing things. If you believe that Python 5 can turn over a new leaf, you might as well believe that a rooster can lay eggs. People were talking about it. Although they did not dare to speak loudly, they were quite disdainful of Python 5's approach. 5 masters of the Man clan, why are you wasting your breath on that brat? Just kill him and loot his storage ring. That's all. The representative of Yen Kingdom said loudly. When did you become so wishy-washy? Like a little old woman with her feet tied up. That's right, Python 5. Although I don't know what you want, if it were me, I wouldn't be so polite. Corpse Granny also said. Python 5 still looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, You should understand that if I join forces with them, you will have no chance. Even if the Moon Maiden helps you, I am not afraid. Do you really want her to take the risk? Ling Xiao looked at Python 5 and felt a little annoyed. Chapter 1237. Ling Xiao was very angry. This time in the city of Sin, he had only bid for a few items according to his goal, but he had been threatened and mocked time and time again. Everyone wanted his life. They all said they wanted to kill him. Even a man made of mud would have a temper, let alone him. The current situation made him very unhappy. These people who threatened him all had powerful forces behind them. They were used to being high and mighty and being above others. When they met the weak, they would never think of reasoning with them. They would only do things according to their own way of thinking. If they didn't listen, they would threaten them and attack them. In these people's eyes, Ling Xiao was a weakling. Naturally, he would be bullied and looked down on by them. Ling Xiao understood this too well. Even if he had many powerful people around him, he wasn't strong enough. Others still wouldn't take him seriously. If he was strong enough, if he could reach the level of the Moon Lady, who would dare to provoke him in the city of Sin? Not to mention asking him to give up anything, they probably wouldn't even dare to say anything disrespectful in front of him. Strength. It was strength again. Ling Xiao once again felt the urgency to increase his strength. Ling Xiao, don't worry about me. The Imperial Jade Seal is very important. No matter who it is, you can't give it away. If Python 5 dares to attack, I don't mind destroying the city of Sin. At this moment, the Moon Lady's voice entered Ling Xiao's ears. Thank you, Sister Moon Lady. However, if you can avoid doing anything, please try not to do anything. After all, you are my final trump card. Ling Xiao really didn't want the Moon Lady to take any risks. Therefore, he had to find a way to solve this matter himself. He looked at Python 5 and said, I told you, I don't need Sister Moon Lady to deal with a lowly piece of trash like you. Python 5 frowned. He didn't want to do anything because he was afraid of the Moon Lady. Although Ling Xiao said that he didn't need the Moon Lady to do anything, would the Moon Lady let Ling Xiao die? The corners of Python 5's mouth suddenly curled into a sneer. He no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at the crowd and loudly said, I'm sure everyone must be confused. Why would I be so interested in a bronze seal? This guy. Ling Xiao instantly understood Python 5's plan. This fellow probably wanted to reveal the secret of the Imperial Jade Seal to the public. In that case, many people who were originally willing to help Ling Xiao would probably covet the Imperial Ruler's seal. In that case, the Moon Maiden would have to face even more enemies. At that time, Python 5 would be able to reap the benefits. Vicious. Cunning. As expected of an ambitious and ruthless person who walked out of the Communist Party of China. Python 5, what's going on with that thing? I'm quite confused too. You can't be so crazy over a meaningless ancient bronze seal. Corpse Grandma, who had stopped fighting, asked with a frown. In fact, this question was also what the others wanted to ask. They also wanted to know what the ancient bronze seal that Python 5 had always wanted was. Because that's the Imperial Jade Seal. The human king established the world and left behind the 9 cauldrons and the Imperial Jade Seal. As long as the two are combined, one can obtain supreme fate and become a king, an overlord. Python 5 spoke the secret of the ancient bronze seal word by word. What? That's the Imperial Jade Seal. Python 5's words were too clear. Those who didn't hear it clearly had problems with their ears. The Imperial Jade Seal. Python 5's voice still echoed on the long street and didn't dissipate for a long time. The ancient martial art practitioners were extremely shocked. It was the Imperial Jade Seal. Even if this kind of thing didn't have any practical use, its symbolic meaning alone was enough to be called a priceless treasure. Not to mention, it was rumored that the human king had hidden his cultivation notes in it. If one obtained it, it would undoubtedly save a lot of detours on the road of cultivation. Boiling, absolutely boiling. The entire street seemed to be restless, and the gazes that were directed at Ling Xiao became fervent, as if a hungry wolf cub had seen a delicious meal. No wonder this Python 5 didn't hesitate to throw away his reputation and come personally to ask for something. It's actually the Imperial Jade Seal. Basically, no one doubted Python 5's words. After all, if it wasn't for the Imperial Jade Seal, how could Python 5 do such a thing? He didn't hesitate to ruin his own reputation and turn all his previous efforts into nothing? Hua Fu Guang looked at Ling Xiao in shock. She finally understood why she had such a strange feeling about this person. She felt that this person had a king's aura that was different from that of ordinary ancient martial art practitioners. Now, she finally understood. This person had once obtained the 9 cauldrons aura at the martial arts ceremony in the Holy City. Now, he had also obtained the Imperial Jade Seal. In this way, he had handled both of the human king's sacred items. Naturally, he would have some of the human king's aura. Hua Fu Guang even suspected that Ling Zhao's rapid improvement had something to do with the human king's 9 cauldrons. Everyone had greed, and Hua Fu Guang was no exception. However, at this moment, she was thinking that perhaps she had chosen the right master. To be able to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal in the City of Sin was in itself a kind of luck. After all, treasures would choose their own masters. Hee hee. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to have such good luck. However, it might turn into bad luck. The corpse grandma laughed coldly. She cultivated the martial arts passed down from the immemorial sorcerer tribe, but it wasn't complete. If the Imperial Jade Seal really contained the human king's cultivation notes, then it would definitely contain some information about the immemorial sorcerer tribe. In this way, the martial arts problem that had been troubling her for a long time would be easily solved. The greed in her eyes became more obvious. What was the point of killing Ling Xiao? Obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal was the right path. Zhang Tianda's eyes were also flickering. His breathing almost became rapid. The Imperial Jade Seal. It was every warrior's dream to become an emperor. If he obtained the Imperial Jade Seal, then he could rightfully compete for the position of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's president. At that time, no one in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would dare to provoke him, let alone Princess Yunya. His smile became brighter and brighter, like a sunflower in full bloom. Representative Yen was also thinking about the Imperial Jade Seal. The Water God Temple was now one of the most powerful forces in the first 3 continents, but it was obviously not enough. If he wanted to continue increasing the strength of the Water God Temple and his own status, then obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal was a must. On the long street, almost all the warriors were imagining themselves obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal and taking out the cultivation notes from it. Some people didn't dream of becoming an emperor, nor did they want to conquer the world. All they wanted was the human king's cultivation notes. However, the cultivation notes were in the Imperial Jade Seal. Could they get it? Python 5 looked at this scene with a smug smile on his face. Ling Xiao, didn't you refuse to give it to me? I'll screw you over. Chapter 1238. Python 5 sneered in his heart. I, Python 5, am indeed afraid of the Moon Maiden. But now, I won't fight for the heirloom seal or deal with you. I'll tell everyone the secret of the heirloom seal and let them help me deal with the Moon Maiden. Then, I'll be able to reap the benefits. Needless to say, this guy's plan was very sinister. But would his plan really go so smoothly? The news of the heirloom seal's appearance might spread out of the city of Sin today, and the entire Divine Phoenix continent might know. Even the 7 Martial Grand Master Island and 5 Immortal Island would covet the heirloom seal. Although Python 5 was a yin-yang realm expert, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. It wouldn't be easy for him to reap the benefits. Perhaps Python 5 had already thought of this. If Ling Xiao handed the heirloom seal to him because he was afraid of those people fighting over it, that would be the best outcome. He could then hide and study the human king's cultivation notes, and the royal aura of the heirloom seal. Python 5, if you think you can force me to hand over the ancient bronze seal, then you're underestimating me. Ling Xiao looked at Python 5 indifferently. He had completely seen through Python 5's thoughts. Moreover, Ling Xiao was well aware of the consequences of holding the heirloom seal. But now, it wasn't time for him to hand it over. Unless the Moon Maiden was in trouble one day. At that time, he would hand over the heirloom seal without hesitation for the Moon Maiden. This thing might be important, but how could it be more important than the Moon Maiden? What a stubborn brat. Do you want to die? Python 5 frowned. Ling Xiao's words had shattered his fantasy. It seemed like he could only use force. He hoped that there would be someone in the crowd who would fight with Ling Xiao for the Imperial Jade Seal and kill him. Because he knew how powerful the Moon Maiden was, he didn't want to fight. At least not now. Whoever kills Ling Xiao today, I, Python 5, will willingly give up the heirloom seal. At least in the city of Sin, no one will dare to touch you. Python 5 suddenly said loudly. He was starting to sow discord. A shameless person like you is best at turning hostile. Do you think there will be idiots who will believe your words? Ling Xiao glanced at Python 5 with disdain. We, the 4 freaks of the city of Sin, are willing to believe in the 5 masters of Python. 4 strangely dressed people jumped out from the crowd. These 4 people all had strange appearances. One was missing an arm, one was lame, one had only one eye, and one had no ears. Anyway, they were all disabled people. However, the expressions on their faces did not look like that of a disabled person at all. Instead, they looked ferocious and vicious. The 4 monsters of the City of Sin were all at the first Grotto Heaven realm, and were extremely powerful. The things they do in the City of Sin have always been cruel and merciless. Though they were beggars in name, the things they do are all robbers. Among the 5 leaders of Python, we can only deal with Ling Xiao. We'll have to trouble you with his helpers. The leader of the City of Sin's 4 freaks said to Python 5 with a smile. Don't worry. You 4 focus on dealing with Ling Xiao. Don't worry about anything else. I will clear the area for you. Python 5 definitely had this capability. Other than the Moon Lady, no one else here could be compared to him. As long as he makes a move, Cold Plum, Yunya, Feng Ming, Piao Shui, or anyone else, none of them can defeat him. Thank you. The 4 freaks of the City of Sin were not stupid. They were just greedy. They knew that even if they get the Imperial Ruler's seal, they will be hunted down. However, they couldn't resist the temptation. Plus, they have already thought of a way to escape after getting the item. There was a 60% chance of them escaping. This was already worth fighting for. Python 5 waved his hand and a black curtain descended. It directly isolated Ling Xiao from the City of Sin's 4 freaks. Cold Plum tried to break in a few times, but she failed every time. Python 5's curtain should be his Grotto Heaven realm. As a yin-yang realm powerhouse, he naturally has his own Grotto Heaven realm. It was even more mature and powerful. Okay, for freaks of the City of Sin, you can start fighting now. Oh right, that guy should have put the Imperial Ruler's seal in his storage ring. Just take all the storage rings he has. Python 5 even gave special pointers. Thank you, Python 5. After we kill this guy, we will naturally search for him. The 4 freaks of the City of Sin snickered. Without anyone's help, Ling Xiao alone was no match for them. This made them very excited. Perhaps today, the Imperial Ruler's seal will truly belong to them. Boom! Boom! Cold Plum was still trying to break through the black curtain. Her face was getting paler and paler. She was going to give it her all. Cold Plum, stop. I am fine. Ling Xiao had to say this. Otherwise, with Cold Plum's temper, even if she were to die in the black curtain, she would use her last breath to save Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao wouldn't allow her to do that. He wouldn't allow his woman to suffer like this. Moreover, he wasn't at the end of his rope yet. For Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses were indeed a huge challenge for him, but they weren't undefeatable. For freaks of the City of Sin, today I, Ling Xiao, will turn you into the 4 dogs of the City of Sin. 4 dead dogs. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the 4 people in front of him. Injuring the woman by his side was unforgivable. The Tai Chi flashed with black and white light. An ancient and heavy door with a terrifying aura opened. Heavy footsteps could be heard from within. Then, a dead person walked out. It was still the huge skeleton soldier, but the armor on the skeleton soldier's body was more complete. The weapon in its hand was also a divine rank artifact. Within the skeleton's eyes, a scarlet light flashed. Powerful and terrifying. Ling Xiao didn't want to use this secret soul technique because every time he used it, it would be very uncomfortable. But today, against 4 Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses, he had no choice but to use it. Tai Chi, Eye of the Divine Tomb. The huge skeleton soldier stood in front of Ling Xiao. Then, Ling Xiao jumped up and stood on top of the skeleton soldier's head. But this was only the beginning. If it was just this skeleton soldier, it wouldn't be able to defeat 4 Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses. After all, its strength was there, but it didn't have a brain. Ling Xiao wanted to control it to fight. Soul leaving the shell. The cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll was no joke. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll to the day wandering realm. But because the primordial spirit wasn't very useful before the object controlling realm, he didn't show it off. In fact, he had never stopped cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll to improve his soul. What he displayed today was the day wandering realm's primordial spirit. Not only could it freely travel between heaven and earth, but it was also much stronger than the soul leaving shell realm and night wandering realm. Chapter 1239. Part of Ling Xiao's primordial spirit split out and entered the skeleton soldier's body. The skeleton soldier's body was huge. If Ling Xiao's primordial spirit wasn't as strong as a day wandering realm cultivator, he wouldn't have been able to control it. But now, there was no problem. When his primordial spirit entered the skeleton soldier's body, the scarlet light in the skeleton's eyes became even brighter. Not only that, but the weapon in the skeleton soldier's hand also turned into a giant sword. A giant sword that looked exactly like the shadow sword. The 4 monsters of the City of Sin were shocked when they saw this giant creature. This was because the skeleton soldier's strength had already reached the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. This was also the realm of Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Very few people knew that Ling Xiao's primordial spirit had always been weaker than his primordial spirit. Although his cultivation kept increasing at a very fast pace, it was still very difficult for him to close the gap between his primordial spirit and his primordial spirit. This was because his primordial spirit was increasing at a faster pace. In the past, he had the help of the mountain river martial spirit. Later, he had obtained part of the human monarch's primordial spirit. Now, he had even cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to increase his cultivation and strength, he would have relied on his primordial spirit to end the battle faster. In fact, he had always treated this as one of his trump cards. The more trump cards he had, the harder it was for his enemies to see through him. Only then would he be able to live better. Today, he had used the eye of the tomb of the god of sin and his primordial spirit. That was because he had no choice. If he didn't use it, he would have to die. Or he would have to use the trump cards that he didn't want to use: Butterfly Lady, Yuan Venerate, Moon Lady. The onlookers were also surprised by the giant skeleton soldier that Ling Xiao had suddenly released. Ling Xiao had surprised them time and time again. They were a little numb to it. This kid's new tricks were simply endless. "What are the four of you afraid of? That skeleton soldier is just big. If you're afraid, let me know and scram. Don't embarrass yourself there." Python 5 saw that the four monsters of the City of Sin were a little hesitant, so he tried to provoke them. He didn't want to see these four guys scared off before they could even make a move. The four freaks of the City of Sin exchanged glances. Their faces were full of viciousness. Then, they split into four directions and headed towards Ling Xiao with sharp blades in their hands. They were Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although they were only at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, their opponent was only a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist. If he was truly frightened, then how could he continue to live in the City of Sin? How could he survive in Jianghu? The elemental energy domain exploded in the air, forming four elemental energy blades, chopping towards the skull of the huge skeleton soldier. Because Ling Xiao was there. They knew that the skeleton soldiers were controlled by Ling Xiao, so as long as they could kill Ling Xiao, the skeleton soldiers would naturally be unable to move. With the four of them working together, let alone a Heaven Realm martial artist, even a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would not dare to take it head-on. Of course, that was only for ordinary martial artists. Ling Xiao was different. Because he was not ordinary. Roar! The huge skeleton soldier let out a muffled roar. Its body suddenly exploded into the air from the ground. It waved the huge shadow sword in its hand and slashed around its body. The huge sword energy formed a ring, scaring the four freaks of the City of Sin into dodging. However, the attack came too quickly. They only had enough time to block it. The four of them were originally attacking, but at this moment, they were knocked back by the huge ring of sword energy. Every one of them retreated more than 10 meters, crashing into Python 5's sky before stopping. "This kid is tricky. Use all your strength," the leader of the four freaks of the City of Sin hurriedly shouted. At the same time, a ferocious tiger appeared behind him. He had finally called out his martial spirit. The other three called out their martial spirits as well. The shadows of an elephant, a bear, and an eagle appeared behind them. The martial spirits of the four freaks of the City of Sin were actually four animals. However, this was not the end of it. The moment their martial spirits were called out, they chose to possess their bodies. The four of them transformed into the appearance of a tiger, elephant, bear, and eagle. Their bodies also became much larger, and the handicaps on their bodies were naturally gone. Of course, this was not all. As Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, the four freaks of the City of Sin worked together to create a Grotto Heaven Realm. It was a dense forest and a majestic mountain. This Grotto Heaven Realm was the best way to improve their martial spirits. The skeleton soldier once again landed on the ground. It stood there silently and observed the changes of the four freaks of the City of Sin. The red light in its eye sockets continued to flash. Ling Xiao sat on top of the skeleton soldier's head and calmly watched all of this. The strength of the four freaks of the City of Sin was not to be underestimated. Individually, the four of them were not very strong. However, when the four of them worked together, they could make a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist's heart palpitate. He had truly met his match. And it was a very interesting one. Roar! The skeleton soldier roared again. Behind its previously empty back, a huge pair of wings grew out. The wings were black and white in color and looked extremely ferocious. What is going on? Could this be Ling Xiao's martial spirit? It doesn't look like it. Is it a summoned creature? Why do I feel like this is some sort of Ling Xiao's ultimate skill? Did you notice? The skeleton soldier's movements are very similar to Ling Xiao's. No matter what it is so powerful. Why don't I have something like this? Everyone looked at the giant skeleton soldier with the wings on its back. They were all envious, jealous, and confused. Because they had no idea what it was. Ling Xiao slowly closed his eyes. He had already given 60% of his soul to the skeleton soldier to use. Therefore, even though he could still move his original body, it was best not to use too much energy. Or else the side effects would be too great. Who cares what kind of monster it is? With the 4 of us working together, I don't believe we can't kill it. Against the giant skeleton soldier, the 4 freaks of the city of Sin transformed into 4 beasts. With the help of the Grotto Heaven Realm, they all pounced on the skeleton soldier at the same time. Of course, their main target was still Ling Xiao, who was standing on top of the skeleton soldier's head. Slash! The voice came from the skeleton soldier, but it sounded more like a thicker version of Ling Xiao's voice. Though the voice was low and hoarse, it was even more dominating. A soaring aura burst out, and the huge shadow sword in the skeleton soldier's hand chopped down once again. With such a giant sword, slashing was more effective than stabbing. Virum! The air began to vibrate violently. The giant phantom sword in the skeleton soldier's hand began to spin faster. On top of the blade, black and white light intertwined. This giant sword was like a saw that cut through space and trapped the 4 freaks of the City of Sin within it. Not good! Seeing this, Python 5's expression changed. He pointed with his left hand and was about to attack Ling Xiao. He could not allow Ling Xiao to kill the 4 freaks of the City of Sin. If that happened, then his plan would not be able to proceed smoothly. Chapter 1240. Originally, Python 5 thought that the City of Sin's 4 freaks would be able to kill Ling Xiao with ease. But he didn't think that Ling Xiao would have such a trick up his sleeves. Seeing that the City of Sin's 4 freaks were in danger, how could he not help? Now that the pharmacist was dead, who would challenge Ling Xiao? How would he force the Moon Lady to waste her energy? Python 5's only fear was the Moon Lady. He wanted people who could kill Ling Xiao. Then, the Moon Lady would step in and use those people to waste the Moon Lady's energy. In the end, he would kill the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady was his savior. But at the same time, she was his inner demon. He thought that if the Moon Lady was alive, she would hinder his training. After all, in his mind, the Moon Lady was far too powerful. So powerful that she was undefeatable. But when he pointed his finger, nothing happened. In the sky, a ray of light shot down, and his attack was easily dissolved. Python 5 frowned and his face turned white. He couldn't be wrong. The one who helped Ling Xiao must be the Moon Lady. He was extremely annoyed. What was so good about this Ling Xiao? Why would the Moon Lady help him? In the sky, Ling Xiao's eyes were still closed. Currently, 90% of his soul had been split out. Only 10% was left to control his body. The other 90% was used in battle. The giant phantom sword mercilessly tore through the void and violently slashed towards the City of Sin's 4 freaks. Even the Paradise territory could not affect the power of this sword. The eagle flew away, the tiger ran away, and the bear was scared. Only the elephant monster was too slow and couldn't avoid this terrifying attack. He thought that Ling Xiao's attack this time would be the same as the one before. Little did he know that at the beginning, Ling Xiao only split out 30% of his soul. Now, he split out 90%. 90% of his soul was 3 times as powerful as before. The giant elephant monster was split in half by the sword. Blood splattered everywhere. One of the City of Sin's 4 freaks, the elephant monster, had died. Fighting 1 against 4, Ling Xiao was able to kill one of the Paradise Realm cultivators without being injured. This was another miracle. It was another result that left everyone dumbfounded. At this moment, the skeleton soldier was no longer an undead summoned by the eye of the tomb of the god of sin because it had 90% of Ling Xiao's soul. Its body complemented Ling Xiao's martial arts, and its battle prowess became terrifying. Everyone didn't know how to describe their shock, because summoned creatures weren't rare in the sealed world, but there had never been a method for a summoned creature to display their own martial arts. But Ling Xiao actually did it. What was going on? His long hair danced in the wind. His robes were whiter than snow. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged. His eyes were closed, but he still looked very domineering. The ferocious skeleton soldier shook off the blood on its weapon. Suddenly, a red light flashed in its eye sockets, and it spoke in human language. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. If you want to steal something from me, Ling Xiao, then be prepared to lose your lives. His cold and deep words caused everyone's hearts to tremble fiercely. Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. Although the heirloom seal was precious, it wouldn't be worth it to lose one's life for it. The Eye of the God of Sin's Tomb? What a beautiful name, what an artistic soul's secret technique. If I can obtain it, that would be great. Corpse Granny stared at the huge skeleton soldier and felt her body tremble with excitement. To her, the existence of undead was also the source of strength. Although she cultivated the witchcraft of the ancient sorcerer clan, in the end, none of them could compare to Ling Xiao's secret technique. Previously, she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but at this moment, she wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive. It would be a pity to kill such a brat. After dodging the skeleton soldier's sword, the tiger, bear, and eagle monsters shrank in a corner of the sky and trembled. Looking at the expressionless skeleton soldier that looked like a monster from hell, and then looking at the bear monster that was split in half by the blade, they didn't feel the slightest bit of anger, only fear and trembling. Too terrifying. This was only a 17-year-old young man. How could he have such powerful strength? The attack just now was definitely not a strength that a 10 Directions Heaven cultivator could display. It should be at least a Grotto Heaven realm expert. Ling Xiao cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll. At first, he only wanted to improve his soul power because he knew that the strength of the soul was true strength. Whether a martial artist could escape the cage of the secular world and truly set foot on the peak of martial arts depended on whether the soul could reach a certain height. But what he didn't expect was that with the strengthening of the soul and the cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he found that the things that the essence soul could do were definitely not as simple as just using soul's secret techniques. When the soul was strong to a certain extent, not only could it control all things, it could even revive the martial spirit. What was the martial spirit? There were many answers in the mystic world. Casually flipping through a book, there were thousands of explanations. But Ling Xiao firmly believed that the martial spirit and the soul were closely related. This time, he controlled the skeleton soldier as an experiment. When his soul became stronger, he didn't mind using his own soul to control the martial spirit. The mystic world's martial arts, in the end, were the martial spirit and the bloodline. The martial spirit seemed to be more focused on the cultivation of the soul. The bloodline was more focused on the cultivation of the body. These two were the key to determining victory and defeat. Martial arts, godly weapons, they were all used to pave the way for these two. Through the skeleton soldier's eyes, Ling Xiao calmly looked at the 3 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists who were scared out of their wits. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The 4 monsters of the City of Sin were really going to become 4 dead dogs now. When you attacked me, you probably didn't think that you would be using your lives to bear the responsibility. Die! The skeleton soldier raised its huge shadow sword once again. On the sword blade, a golden light burned, and a huge golden crow gradually took shape. Giant transformation, golden crow soaring sun. A giant golden crow was released from the giant's sword and completely filled the sky above Python 5. The 3 survivors of the 4 monsters of the City of Sin couldn't avoid it. At this moment, they could only cry and shout in the sky, slapping and crashing. Python 5, let us out! Python 5, let us out! This kid is crazy! He's crazy! We're no match for him. We don't want to fight anymore. They regretted it, thoroughly regretted it. With their strength, they shouldn't have had any greed for the Imperial Jade Seal. But greed had corrupted their hearts. Coupled with Python 5's instigation, they really thought that they could kill Ling Xiao and take the Imperial Jade Seal. But now, when death came, they were truly afraid. Ah! Another blood-curdling shriek rang out in the sky as two more of the remaining three monsters were killed. The tiger and the bear weren't fast enough. Chapter 1241. Even though Python 5 had released the sky screen, the tiger and bear monsters were still unable to escape Ling Xiao's attack. They died tragically under Ling Xiao's sword. Under the sword of this ferocious-looking skeleton soldier, the dignified Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists did not even have the strength to fight back. They did not even have the time to escape. The eagle flew away. After all, his speed was still a little faster. He rushed out of the sky screen and flew high into the sky. He did not even dare to look at his three dead brothers. The only thing he could think of now was to escape. At this time, he was already scared out of his wits. He had long lost the courage to continue fighting. His heart was filled with the fear of being killed. A dignified Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist had actually fled. If this matter was told to others, no one would believe it. However, right here, under the gaze of countless martial artists, he really did escape. However, would Ling Xiao let him go? The skeleton soldier stood there, the shadow sword in his hand aimed at the eagle monster in the sky. A huge crimson sun all was condensing on the tip of the sword. Perhaps because of the skeleton soldier's huge body, it was very easy for the crimson sun all to condense. Boom! The crimson sun all pierced through the sky. The eagle monster was directly hit, and even its corpse completely disappeared. The crimson sun all exploded in the sky like a bright firework. This caused countless people to be dumbfounded. However, no one expected that Ling Xiao would not stop there. The broken fragments of the crimson sun all fell from the sky and suddenly pierced the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth of Python 5's four bodyguards. Ling Xiao knew very well that this sneak attack would not kill Python 5. However, it would not be a problem to kill the four bodyguards of Python 5. First of all, the four of them would not have expected him to suddenly attack. Secondly, the power of the fragments of the Crimson Sun all was now enough to kill a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Clap! 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 The four bodyguards' eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were lying on the ground at the same time. Their throats had been burned black by the fragments of the Crimson Sun all. You actually killed them! Python 5's face suddenly darkened. The death of the City of Sin's four freaks was merely a setback to his plan. He wasn't really angry. What he didn't expect, however, was that Ling Xiao would kill the four bodyguards who had been following him for a long time without saying a word. These four bodyguards were rare experts of the Black Python clan. Other than him, Python Feng, Python Sky, and Python Yuntu, these four people were the strongest. But today, the four of them were killed so easily. After a moment of shock, Python 5's anger burned. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Not only will I kill them, but I will also destroy the Black Python clan. I'll make you all disappear from the City of Sin! A voice so cold that it was suffocating sounded from the skeleton soldier's mouth. I gave you face earlier, so I wasn't willing to become enemies with the Black Python clan. However, you just had to force me. You, Python 5, brought the destruction of the Black Python clan upon yourself. As he spoke, the red light in the skeleton soldier's eyes intensified. It even seemed to be emitting crimson flames. However, these flames made the Black Python clan warriors present feel waves of coldness and fear from the bottom of their hearts. More and more people gathered on the long street. Naturally, a large number of Black Python clan warriors were among them. They saw the scene of Ling Xiao killing the City of Sin's four freaks. They also saw the corpses of the warriors from Emerald Ripple Island and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company on the ground. Ling Xiao, such a small young man, had actually done something incomparably shocking. They even blamed Python 5 in their hearts. Why did he have to provoke this malefic star? Why? Just you? Python 5 looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Who told you that I can't find help? Are you saying that only you can use the human wave tactic and I can't even find a single helper? Ling Xiao sneered. You're shameless! Python 5 scolded. Shameless? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Was it shameless for him to ask the Moon Maiden for help? So what if Python 5 bullied the weak and relied on the strong to bully the weak? Who was the shameless one? No wonder he was born in the military. It turned out that he liked to distort the truth. Cold Plum, Hua Fuguang, Sister Moon Maiden, you can do it now. I want the Black Python clan to disappear. Ling Xiao's patience was limited. He had never thought of destroying the Black Python clan before. However, when Python 5 announced that he had the heirloom seal, he had already made up his mind to destroy the Black Python clan. Otherwise, it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. At this time, Corpse Granny, Zhang Tianda, and the Swallow's representative retreated to the side. They were all treacherous people. At this time, no one would help. What they hoped most was that the Black Python clan and Ling Xiao would both be injured. In the end, they would be the ones to seize the heirloom seal. Ling Xiao seemed to have recognized this point. He ordered Cold Plum to deal with Python Feng, Hua Fuguang to deal with Python Tian, and Princess Yunya to deal with Python Yintu. Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui didn't intervene this time. Her purpose was to protect Ling Xiao, not to become enemies with other organizations. As long as Ling Xiao wasn't in danger, she wouldn't intervene. However, it didn't matter anymore. Without experts like Python 5, Python Yintu, Python Feng, and Python Tian, the Black Python clan was a leek waiting to be harvested for Ling Xiao. They were no threat at all. Dong! Dong! The skeleton soldiers walked towards the Black Python clan's warriors. The onlookers began to flee. This was a terrifying battle. They didn't want to be involved just because they wanted to watch the show. Ling Xiao, if you dare to touch my Black Python clan's people, I will destroy your celestial empire. At this time, Python 5 could still maintain a high and mighty attitude. He ordered Ling Xiao around as if Ling Xiao was his subordinate. Python 5, you don't seem to understand the situation. Are you qualified to order me around now? Protect yourself first. Ling Xiao glanced at Python 5 disdainfully. He was indeed no match for Python 5 now, but he didn't need to deal with all enemies by himself. Why wouldn't he use a powerful helper like the Moon Maiden? The Moon Maiden in the sky had long been unable to suppress her murderous intent. So many people had come to make trouble for Ling Xiao today. She wanted to kill everyone from the beginning. However, Ling Xiao stopped her because Ling Xiao wanted to train. She had been suppressing her anger until now. In the end, Python 5 dared to provoke her. He was really unlucky. In the sky, a ray of moonlight fell and directly hit Python 5. Fortunately, Python 5 dodged quickly and only lost an arm. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of the Moon Maiden. Run! Python 5 finally understood the terror of the Moon Maiden. This woman was still as terrifying as before. Even though his cultivation had reached the yin-yang realm, he was still not worth mentioning in front of this woman. The only thing he could think of was to run away. There was no other choice. The Moon Lady chased after Ling Xiao relentlessly. She wanted everyone who had attacked Ling Xiao to taste the taste of pain. Corpse Grandma, Zhang Tianda, and Yan's representative were also frightened by this scene. Chapter 1242. Corpse Granny, Zhang Tianda, and Representative Yan all thought that Python 5 would be able to hold off the Moon Lady for a while. But who would have thought that he would be scared out of his wits by the Moon Lady's attack? How was he still that powerful and ambitious person? He was simply a piece of trash. At this moment, how could they dare to stay in the same place? However, because they still wanted to get the Imperial Ruler's seal, even though they had escaped, they did not go far. They were still hiding in the city of Sin, waiting for an opportunity to get the imperial ruler's seal. Ling Xiao had already rushed into the crowd of the Black Python clan and started a massacre. There was no sympathy or mercy in those empty skeletal eyes. Only slaughter could stop the slaughter. Only force could fight against force. No matter how many words some people said to persuade others to put down their weapons, in reality, countless facts had proven one thing: killing to stop killing was the true way of the king. No dynasty had ever been built on a foundation without bloodshed. Because in this cruel world, if you did not kill others, others would kill you. If you sympathized with others, what you got in return would not be gratitude, but would only be repaid with enmity. Soon, all the warriors of the Black Python clan had turned into cold corpses. Ling Xiao did not vent his anger. He soared into the sky and landed on the Black Python clan's mansion. After confirming that the everlasting Joy ancestor and the others were not inside, he destroyed the mansion as well. This was not only to vent his anger, but also a warning. He wanted to tell the world that whoever dared to provoke Ling Xiao, the Black Python clan, was the best example. On the other side, Python Sky and Python Yintu were killed. Only Python Feng was still holding on bitterly. Seeing the members of the Black Python clan die tragically on the spot, his heart simply twitched. He hated himself. Why did he not stop Python 5 from finding trouble with Ling Xiao? If he had stopped him, the outcome would not have been like this. The onlookers trembled. Today, they finally understood a fact: the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire was not a flower raised in a greenhouse. He was a terrifying existence, an existence who truly had the ability to make his enemies' lives worse than death. Perhaps the Imperial Jade Seal really belonged to him. Only a truly powerful person deserved such a treasure. I regret it so much. With a mournful wail, Python Wind was stabbed to death by Cold Plum. At the moment of his death, he finally came to a realization. Since Ling Xiao dared to come to the city of Sin, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Ling Xiao knew that the imperial ruler's seal was a hot potato, yet he was still unwilling to throw it out. That was even more terrifying. This meant that this young man was confident enough to control the Imperial Jade Seal. Just like when the human king had the Imperial Jade Seal, no one dared to snatch it from him. For many people, this was a hot potato, but for Ling Xiao, it was a must. He knew that from today onwards, he would encounter all sorts of troubles. Many people would want to take action against him for the Imperial Seal. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt an immense excitement deep in his soul. The more enemies there were, the better. That way, he could continue to improve his strength. His strength didn't come from sitting there and cultivating. Instead, it came from constant battles. If one could become an expert just by meditating, then wouldn't it be too worthless to become an expert? The battle was over. The city of Sin was in a mess. Ling Xiao announced one thing in front of everyone: the imperial ruler's seal is in my hands. Whoever wants it can come and take it. However, before you come, think about it. The Black Python clan is your example. I won't leave anyone alive. Just as Ling Xiao made this announcement, the Moon Lady returned. Python 5's corpse was thrown onto the long street. That was the corpse of a Yin-Yang realm warrior. Even a powerful expert like Python 5 was killed. How terrifying was the woman beside Ling Xiao. Eye of the Divine Pot, collect! Ling Xiao wouldn't let Python 5's corpse go to waste. Although he was already dead, the soul power and yin-yang energy in Python 5's body were extremely shocking. These couldn't be wasted. It was crucial for Ling Xiao to break through and improve his cultivation. One battle caused everyone in the city of Sin to panic. Many people even thought that the alchemy conference that was about to begin would be impossible now that the Black Python clan had fallen. After all, the alchemy conference in the city of Sin had always been hosted by the Black Python clan. However, just as everyone was panicking, the Everlasting Joy Patriarch of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island appeared. The old man was like an old immortal who had attained immortality. He sat on a sedan chair. The sedan chair was actually suspended in midair. No one was lifting it. From this, it could be seen that the everlasting joy patriarch's poison was almost cured. His cultivation was also almost recovered. Everyone, the Black Python clan, brought this upon themselves. As for other matters, they are not as important as the alchemy conference, the everlasting joy patriarch said loudly. In the past, the alchemy conference was hosted by the Black Python clan. This time, I hereby announce that this alchemy conference will be the last one held in the City of Sin. The everlasting joy Celestial Island will host it. In the future, the alchemy conference will be held on the everlasting joy Celestial Island. The everlasting joy patriarch was also impressive. The alchemy conference was an important event to test the abilities of alchemists. In the past, the scale of the alchemy conference was not small. Unfortunately, the influence of the Black Python clan was limited. Therefore, there were still fewer alchemists who came. This time, he was going to host the conference in the name of the everlasting joy Celestial Island. Basically, all the young alchemists from the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the nearby sea regions would come. Even the White Tiger continent might send some outstanding young alchemists to participate. Due to some last-minute changes, this alchemy conference will be postponed for 3 days in order to make it more convenient for the alchemists to go to the City of Sin. After announcing this matter, the everlasting joy patriarch left the scene. However, before he left, he nodded at Ling Xiao. This was also a kind of attitude. Although he didn't say anything, he showed that he wouldn't blame Ling Xiao for going against the Black Python clan. After all, the Black Python clan had a deep relationship with the everlasting joy Celestial Island. Thank you. Ling Xiao had already dismissed the skeleton soldiers. Although he felt that his body was swaying as if it didn't belong to him anymore, he still managed to say a word of thanks. After that, he returned to Princess Yunya's residence under the escort of Cold Plum and the others. When he arrived, Ling Xiao simply fell asleep. It was really too tiring. Although using the primordial spirit to fight was much more powerful than using his own body to fight, it was also much more tiring. In particular, the after-effects were too great. He really couldn't bear it. Perhaps the everlasting joy patriarch announcing the postponement of the alchemy conference was actually a good thing for him. Ling Xiao rested for 2 full days. On the 3rd day, he finally woke up from his deep sleep. During these 2 days, some subtle changes occurred in the City of Sin. Chapter 1243. The smell of blood on the street had long been washed away. The ruins of the Black Python clan had been cleaned up and a huge plaza had been temporarily built. This should be the venue for the alchemy conference. There were many magic treasures in the profound world anyway. It was very easy to create a perfect venue for the conference. Not only that, the number of outstanding alchemists that had rushed to Sin City in the past 2 days had also increased. The everlasting joy ancestor stipulated that alchemists from the Heavenly Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and the nearby seas could participate in the alchemy conference. There were no age restrictions or racial restrictions. This was a lot more relaxed than the previous alchemy conference. Perhaps it was because of this that this conference had attracted a lot of attention. Even the Divine Phoenix Empire had sent people from Phoenix Cry Mountain to watch the competition. There were also imperial physicians from the palace who had come to participate. Similarly, the everlasting joy Immortal Island had also sent many alchemists. One of them was very eye-catching. His name was Dan Qing. Dan Qing was only in his early 30s, but he was one of the best alchemists on the everlasting joy Immortal Island. His rank in the Alchemist Association was Peak Yellow Grade, and the badge Ling Xiao was currently wearing was High Yellow Grade. Because it was already the last day before the alchemy conference, Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow brought the everlasting joy ancestors' order to visit Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was stretching his limbs in the courtyard. After sleeping for 2 days, he felt as if his body was going to rust. It was not very comfortable, so he practiced in the courtyard to recover. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared in his line of sight. The woman's clothes were whiter than snow. However, her clothes were decorated with beautiful and elegant snowflakes. It was very different from the pure white clothes that Ling Xiao had worn before. Her steps were light and graceful. It was obvious that she had been strictly educated since she was young. That was why she had such beautiful steps. Yunya's residence had been changed to the guards and attendants of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. At this time, the eyes of many bodyguards seemed to be attracted by the graceful steps of the young girl. They stared at her without blinking. Ever since Zhang Tianda escaped, the area manager of the first two continents that belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had changed to Yunya. It had to be said that the efficiency of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was very high. Although they did not send people to kill Zhang Tianda, they announced that Zhang Tianda was kicked out of the trading company. This was a very smart move. It was also a helpless move. Because on this side, no one was more convincing than Princess Yunya. Even if the higher-ups wanted to send a manager over, the manager would probably be a mere figurehead. Therefore, the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company naturally took advantage of the situation. It was not a bad thing to do her a favor without offending Princess Yunya. The woman was, of course, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Perhaps in Ling Zhao's eyes, this woman was nothing. After all, she had the Moon Lady, Ling Yixue, and Cold Plum as a foil. However, in the eyes of other men, she was a goddess, the lover of their dreams. The man walking beside Feng Ming and Piao Shui was dressed in an elegant long robe with golden edges. He was natural and unrestrained and exuded a noble aura. The man's figure was a little thin, but he still walked steadily. His smile, in particular, was like the radiance of the spring sun that could melt the coldness in the hearts of young girls. Of course, this man's delicate and handsome appearance was not considered a characteristic. After all, in the mystic world, due to the difference in martial souls and cultivation methods, it was normal for many people to be delicate and handsome. The key was actually the badge on the man's chest. It was actually a top yellow grade badge issued by the Pharmacist Association. What did this mean? It meant that this man, who was about 30 years old, was actually a top yellow grade pharmacist. Within the range of the first two continents, he was definitely a top pharmacist. Perhaps in the past, some people would have thought that this man walking beside the woman was a toad lusting after a swan's meat. It was inevitable that others would be jealous and unhappy. However, after seeing this badge, those jealousy and unhappiness instantly disappeared and were replaced by admiration and shock. This man was one of the pharmacists sent by the Chang'e Celestial Island, Dan Qing. Moreover, Dan Qing fell in love with Feng Ming and Piao Shui at first sight. After seeing Feng Ming and Piao Shui, he directly went to Ancestor Chang'e to propose marriage. This bold move not only did not make Ancestor Chang'e angry, but also praised him for his bravery and even promised to match the two of them. After all, to Ancestor Chang'e, a genius pharmacist like Dan Qing was incomparably important to the Chang'e Celestial Island. Although Ling Xiao had cured his poison, this did not prove his full ability. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not a cultivator of the Chang'e Celestial Island. It was normal for him to be more willing to match Dan Qing with Feng Ming and Piao Shui. Of course, on the surface, it seemed like a perfect match, a match made in heaven, and a match made in heaven could be used to describe the two of them. The crowd could not help but cast envious and amazed gazes. At this moment, the two of them had become the most beautiful scenery in Yunya's residence. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them and smiled slightly. Ling Xiao, this is senior brother Dan Qing from the Chang'e Celestial Island. He is also a pharmacist and will be participating in the alchemy conference this time. Feng Ming and Piao Shui walked forward and introduced them to Ling Xiao with a smile. I can see that. A top yellow-level pharmacist at such a young age is really amazing. Ling Xiao was indeed somewhat impressed by Dan Qing. After all, to be able to reach such a level in his 30s, his talent was even stronger than Sun Shang's in the past. Are you the young hero Ling that the ancestor often talks about? You don't look like you're 20 years old. Are you really a yellow-level pharmacist? Dan Qing looked at Ling Xiao with some arrogance and doubt. He seemed to not believe that there was someone in this world who was more talented than him. Dan Qing, what are you talking about? He saved my grandfather's life. Don't you even have the most basic respect for him? Feng Ming and Piao Shui were a little unhappy. Haha, I'm sorry, Piao Shui. I just don't believe that it's his ability. Dan Qing smiled faintly and said, perhaps there is an expert behind him who is giving him pointers. Ling Xiao originally had a good impression of Dan Qing, but now he was a little unhappy. He had saved the Chang'e ancestor, and even the ancestor was polite to him. How dare this guy look down on him? Was it because this guy had some talent? He couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. Since the alchemy conference was about to begin, he didn't need to explain or argue. When the day of the alchemy conference began, it would be clear who was more powerful. Brother Dan Qing, you will soon know whether or not I have an expert to give me pointers. I only hope that as the representative of the Chang'e Celestial Island, you won't embarrass yourself at the alchemy conference. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, if the two of you have nothing else to say today, you may leave. I just woke up and have many things to do. Chapter 1244. Phoenix Cry. Piao Shui felt helpless. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought Dan Qing here. All right, Ling Xiao. Recover well. We'll see you at the alchemy conference tomorrow. Piao Shui, is this Ling Xiao really as powerful as you said? He's not even 20 yet, right? Dan Qing asked with a frown as he watched Ling Xiao return to his room. He hasn't even celebrated his 17th birthday yet. Dan Qing, although your grade is higher than his, you can't underestimate him. Not only does he have the true Samadhi flame and the dark flame of death, but his medical skills are also brilliant. Phoenix Cry. Piao Shui looked at Ling Xiao's back, her beautiful eyes shining. She secretly lamented that she didn't discover Ling Xiao's many good points earlier. Now that Ling Xiao had so many good women by his side, she couldn't even get a foot in. Dan Qing, who was at the side, glanced at Feng Ming Piao Shui and realized that the woman he liked was admiring another man in such an unscrupulous manner. He immediately felt a strong sense of jealousy, and clenched his fists tightly. Piao Shui, do you really know that Ling Xiao? This person came to the city of sin and turned it upside down. If you get too close to him, I'm afraid you'll implicate Eternal Joy Celestial Island. Dan Qing said. What do you mean? Hearing this, Phoenix Cry. Piao Shui couldn't help but frown. Ling Xiao is the benefactor who saved my grandfather. I only know that he's the benefactor of Eternal Joy Celestial Island. Whether or not he's a troublemaker, whether or not he'll bring trouble to Eternal Joy Celestial Island, what does it matter? But this person isn't easy to deal with. He killed Python 5 and offended Water God Temple and Emerald Wave Island. There's too much trouble. Dan Qing said again. Feng Ming Piao Shui glanced at Dan Qing with slight annoyance and said, Big brother Dan Qing, you're the most talented alchemist on Chang'e Celestial Island. Can you not be so narrow-minded and short-sighted? You only saw who he offended, but you didn't see that he also had the support of the Moon Maiden, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Princess Yunya, the Divine Phoenix Empire's Qingshu College, our Everlasting Joy Celestial Island, and the Celestial Empire behind him. We don't want to be friends with him, but we want to be his enemy. What kind of logic is this? You've seen what happened to the Black Python clan. Python 5 couldn't even withstand a single blow from that Moon Lady. Haha, Sister Piao Shui, you're exaggerating. I'm just concerned about you. After all, this is the first time I've met Ling Xiao. There's no enmity between us, so why would I hate him? Dan Qing was infuriated because Feng Ming Piao Shui was protecting Ling Xiao, and also because Ling Xiao's luck was too good. His mentality was somewhat unbalanced. However, this person wasn't an ordinary person after all, so he still revealed a faint smile on his face. He didn't want to completely fall out with Feng Ming Piao Shui because of Ling Xiao. That wouldn't be worth it. That's right, brother Dan Qing. Ling Xiao's current grade may not be as high as yours, but he's knowledgeable and knows too many things. If you don't work hard, the title of the strongest pharmacist of the younger generation will really be taken away by him. Feng Mingpiao Shui smiled and said, Also, grandfather asked me to remind you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, the unlucky ones won't be Ling Xiao, but us. Those people who were killed that day are examples. Let's go! After walking out of Yunya's residence and seeing Feng Mingpiao Shui's lithe figure, Dan Qing's heart was instantly filled with anger. Piao Shui, the ancestor said that as long as I become the champion of the alchemy conference, he'll let us get married. He chased after Feng Mingpiao Shui and grabbed her hand. Feng Mingpiao Shui flung his hand away, then looked at him very calmly and said, We'll talk about this after you become the champion of the alchemy conference. I'm afraid that you're not even as good as Ling Xiao. She seemed to be a little angry and quickened her pace to leave. Dan Qing stood there with a gloomy expression. He turned back to look at Yunya's residence and gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao! Humph, I'll definitely let you know what a real pharmacist is at the alchemy conference. He was the pharmacist of the Chang'e Celestial Island, and his master was the strongest pharmacist of the White Tiger continent, Medicine King Sun Sa. He believed that no one on the first two continents would be his match. After saying that, Dan Qing quickly turned and left. There were some things that needed to be properly prepared. Ling Xiao stayed in his residence for a while and felt that his body had almost recovered. Considering that tomorrow was the day of the alchemy conference, he decided to go to the Chang'e ancestor to inquire about some things. After all, until now, he really didn't know how the alchemy conference would be conducted. After leaving Yunya's residence, Ling Xiao had just arrived at the residence of the Chang'e ancestor, which was also the venue of the alchemy conference. That place was originally the ruins of the Black Python clan's residence, but it had been rebuilt. Although it wasn't considered luxurious, it was definitely a grand place. The words, Alchemy Conference, were hung above the door at the entrance. The atmosphere was already very intense. Along the way, Ling Xiao realized that there were many more martial artists maintaining order in the city of Sin. Some of these people were local martial artists of the city of Sin, while others were martial artists of the Chang'e Celestial Island. However, they were all wearing the same uniform with the symbol of the Alchemy Conference embroidered on it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the work of the Chang'e ancestor. In the past, when the Black Python clan was still around, the Alchemy Conference's scale was relatively small. Relying on the Black Python clan alone was enough to maintain order in the conference. However, the scale of the Alchemy Conference this time was obviously much larger. That was why the Chang'e ancestor had organized so many experts to maintain order. After all, if such a grand event were to really cause trouble, there would be a lot of casualties. When that happens, the Chang'e Celestial Island's reputation would be affected as well. After all, they were the hosts of the Alchemy Conference. If something were to happen, they would be the ones to be scolded. At this time, there was a hubbub of voices outside the Alchemy Conference. The number of alchemists from the two continents and the nearby seas was at least 10 times more than 2 days ago. It could be said that the surrounding people were jostling shoulder to shoulder, and it was extremely crowded. It was no wonder. This was the first time the Chang'e Celestial Island hosted such a grand event. Naturally, many alchemists hoped to use this alchemy conference to let the world know of their existence. If they were chosen by the 5 Immortal Island, the 7 Martial Grand Master Island, or the 2 Empires, then they wouldn't have to worry about wealth in the future. Ling Xiao was about to use his exquisite technique to enter and find the Chang'e ancestor when the crowd suddenly became restless. The people who were originally crowding at the entrance actually took the initiative to open up a path. Ling Xiao curiously looked towards the middle of the road and realized that there was a luxurious sedan chair there. The sedan chair was completely decorated with gold, silver, and jewels. It looked extremely beautiful and not tacky at all. Of course, the sedan chair wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were 4 rarely seen beautiful women carrying the sedan chair. The most terrifying thing was that the cultivation of these 4 beautiful women had reached the late stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. Are they the alchemists' representatives of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Ling Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself, "You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."